All righty. Happy snow day.
Happy
Woo.
snow day. Not for everyone, obviously, but
Well, for
if you're on
us.
if you're in the northeast coast, yes.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of people are on snow days today. Atlas is very chilled out for his snow day today. He's just happy I'm home. He's wearing
Oh,
his little Rudolph sweater. It's so cute. There we go. We can see it. And he's just like chilling.
yes. He
Yeah.
is.
Oh, so how are you, Clementine?
I'm okay. I'm just adjusting to the snow kind of day, and I had like a I did wake up at like my usual time in the morning, like 7. But then I promptly just got back to sleep and I woke up again at 10. So, you know.
I woke up at 8 and then I just like read a book on the Kindle app on my phone for 2
Mhm.
hours. And then I finally dragged myself out of bed
Mhm.
to go like sweep the front steps and stuff and take Atlas outside and things.
Sure.
I have never seen Atlas do his business faster than he did this morning in the snow. I put him in like I have a wrap thing for him, so I had him wrapped up when I was like
Mhm.
sweeping. And then I put him down in the snow, and he was like, "Oh no!" Immediately did both of his kinds of business, and then was like, "We shall go. We will go home now.
Aw.
Thank you." Hi, Michelle. It's
Hi,
so good to see
Michelle.
you.
And hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Aw, this cute reindeer outfit.
Yes,
Aw.
this was a Clementine Christmas present. This is
Yes.
from Clementine. So we always think of her when we wear it. Yes.
Yeah, he is a smart guy. He is.
Yeah.
'Cause like
I think he's very cute. So today should be
yes.
a fun day. And Michelle and Maria, I think you guys both already know what we're doing today. But she has hers very professionally. I have mine in a Ziploc bag. But we each chose 12 books for
Yes.
each other to make sure that we read. Now, Clementine's came from her physical TBR and from the series that she wants to finish. Mine came from my physical TBR, the series I want to finish, my pile of shame, and like anything that Clementine wants.
Yes.
Like kind of like wild cards.
And I
So
think
we each have 12.
yes. And
Oh yeah, I gave you two wild cards too.
yeah, and I think you were nicer than I was, but we'll see as we go along. Because our plan is to at least get to one of them each month. Today, since it's a snow day, it's a special one. We're hoping it depends, of course, on the book. If it's more than 500 pages, maybe not. But we are planning to sprint until we finish the book today. That's our kind of goal, but we'll see. Yeah, we are
Yes.
excited too.
I am stressed out. I am stressed out because also Clementina said that she was not particularly nice to me,
I know.
which is stressing me out more. I did like a 50-50 split. So I looked at each of the books that she had and I was like, okay, I'm going to designate them in my brain as like easy or hard, which has something to do with the length and also like whether the book's a complicated read, whether it's like a super big epic fantasy or whether it's like, a chill rom-com. And then tried to do a 50-50 split where I had like 6 easy ones, 6 hard ones.
I did
17 did
not.
not do that.
I
That's
did
okay.
not.
It was
I
not a requirement.
I mostly did my choices based on how much it would help you out, especially for your physical or series, how much it would help you out to clean things out if you were to read and decide if like completely unhold it. So some of them are like, definite, like you're definitely on the fence about for sure. And
Okay.
my
Well,
take
maybe
on it
it'll be
was
read
that
until we DNF something today.
yeah, no, but like my take on it was that maybe like if a good portion of them you would DNF, and that's okay because you do DNF pretty easily.
Hmm.
I have a problem still continuing even if I don't like books, you know that. How about we stop,
Yes,
rambling?
let's do it. Do we want to pick one that's the same color, like the same color as each other, or do we just want to go for it randomly, like blind
Ooh.
pick?
How about we ask Maria and Michelle about that?
Yeah, Maria, Michelle. So we've got
We've
light
got some
blue, dark purple, light purple, and green, and like black. So if you've got a preference, if any of those sound, great, let us know.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
for
do
me,
need
it's
some
just that
time.
whenever it happens and someone pushes us to stop avoiding something, I get unhappy about it. It's so hard. Michelle says dark purple.
Dark purple. Okay. I have two dark purple. No, three dark purples.
I only have one dark purple, I think.
Okay.
At least only
Well,
one that I would classify as dark
I'll
purple.
take this one
So I
then.
guess that's mine. This one's mine. It looks blue on camera, but it's like
Yeah.
dark purple.
Mine looks a little bit more dark purpley. Okay.
Okay, this feels very stressful.
And we did have fun, like doing the stars together.
Holding them all.
Yeah.
I have not gotten the hang of undoing them yet. How do you do them without
Yay!
ripping?
So you flatten it out, right? And then you have to find
Yeah, I did that.
the corner that has like both of them stuck in together. That's your
I
starting
know.
point.
Yeah, this is
I know.
hard.
I'm sorry. It took me a while.
I can't tell which side it is.
Oh my god.
Oh no, did you get a hard one? Ah, that is a hard one. That was designated as a hard one.
Which is just here. Well, no, I guess it's a good push because I have a very
Okay, I'm just ripping it. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Non-aesthetic here.
I have a very beautiful special edition, and I've been definitely procrastinating on it. Definitely. So I need the push.
Okay, mine I think is kind of an easier one. It is ripped. The author's name is ripped, but mine is Daughter of Smoke and Bone by Lincoln Taylor, which I do think is a good pick for today. This is from my pile of shame. And my owned TBR both. I started it and did not finish it. But when I say I started it, I mean I think I read like maybe half of a chapter. Like I did not get far through at all. So that's not a judgment on the book. I just wasn't like in the mood for it. But I think that's like a best case scenario for me. You did not get a best case scenario book.
No, because I don't think it is the book to binge, to be honest. But
yeah,
at least if I can make a good dent on it, that would be good. I doubt that I can get the audio to help me out to keep my attention for today, but I guess it's going to be a physical read. And I have this very beautiful edition, so I would love this book, to keep it, because it's so beautiful. Look at the foiling and everything. It's just, yeah.
I will say, Clementine, I don't know if you set up your Hoopla, but Babel is available on audio from Hoopla.
No, I've not set up.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. I'm
terrible. That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to let you know.
Sure. I guess I can still listen actually because I have Spotify Premium. And I still have some hours to listen, so I could at least listen partially to it.
It's available from. It looks like it's available from Maryland's Digital Library, at least on mine. So you might be able to get it. Yeah. And
yes, it is. Perfect. Okay. Well, I am lucky.
Yes, you are. Now it's just mine's available too. Wow.
Hey,
is smiling
you can't say that you can't choose these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Maria.
No excuses.
Let's see, how long is your audiobook so we can have a laugh, because I don't think we'll finish it today.
Yeah, fabulous question. Not as long as yours. 12 hours, 12 and a half hours.
Mine is 22 hours. Thank you.
A whole 10 hours longer. I listened to Babel on audio, so I sympathize with you a little bit. It was a few years ago, but
well, I definitely won't be reading all of it during those sprints. I can say that, because I don't think we'll do a 10-hour sprint.
You never know, Clementine. Oh, I also just wanted to mention, because I know, like, at least Michelle is a crafter too, and you craft. Yes. I was not expecting to do this, but like a video popped up on my feed today from a channel called Breathing Yarn that I really like a lot. She's awesome. She's very chill. I like her vibe. And it was all about knitting for charity or crocheting
Mm,
for charity. And I don't
okay.
do that a lot because I I just I don't know. I think it's there's like this interesting dichotomy between like if I'm like buying yarn for something, shouldn't I just like use that money to donate to a charity that knows to do better with it? But
Yep.
I tried to crochet a cardigan earlier this year. Hi Scorpio, good to see
Hi,
you.
Scorpio.
I tried to crochet a cardigan and it was a fail. I don't like the cardigan that happened. So I was going to like just get like unravel it all,
Yeah.
frog it. But I wasn't sure what to do with the yarn that I used. And I was like feeling really bummed about it. But then one of the projects in the video is like a soap sack that you can donate to like homeless shelters and like other places. And it helps soap last longer and also like basically acts as a washcloth. And they're really useful and they're small and they crochet easy. So what I would love to do today, and they recommend cotton blend, or bamboo yarn. And this is a cotton bamboo blend. It's perfect. Everything is great. That's what I've learned today. So I think I'm going to be crocheting some soap sacks as we are sprinting today.
Nice.
Yay. Success.
Yay.
And also hi Scorpio. Super happy you're here.
We're super happy you're here, Scorpio. I don't think I want a DNF, to be honest.
I don't think you're going to DNF it.
I don't think I will. It's just that it will take some brain power for sure.
Brain
to
power,
tackle this.
certainly. Maybe pour yourself an additional cup of coffee.
I might later on. Yes, we'll see.
Yeah.
And I will also already start later than you because during our first sprints, I do have to talk to to one of my friends because I'm buddy reading The Gods Below by Andrea Stewart, and every day we talk together. So it is our talking time. So
Gotcha. Cool. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and get started. Do we want to start with 45 just to like kick ourselves off well?
yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. I made the kitty as snowy as I could. I tried my best.
We appreciate your efforts.
Oh, I know I've sacrificed so much.
Aw, it's such a cutie.
Isn't it cute?
Yeah, the white with the blue. Yeah, it's
Yes.
cute.
Alrighty. So we will see you guys in 45 minutes. Good luck with your work and your reading and all of the things.
Angela, the timer.
Well, there's a
Maybe
first
we can
time for everything. Do you have an estimate of when we would have started?
we can put
I
30
Maria,
minutes.
yeah, the last time that Maria said anything was 12:19. So that's like about 10 minutes ago. You want to do 35?
We can do 35 if you want.
Perfect. Ah, I'm so sorry. I had one job.
No, it's okay. And I was discussing, so I didn't see it until I
No,
saw
I
it.
was just not paying attention at all. I'm this far on my soap sack, so that's exciting. Anyway, bye. Have fun. And we're back.
We
Hello.
are back.
How was your discussion slash reading?
My discussion was good, and I managed to read 24 pages. And
Yay.
we already have things that I don't know about language because they're talking about, like subject, noun, like predicate and copula, and I've never heard those names before.
Mm,
Which, might might go with the fact that I learned, all those words more in French than in English, but
yeah.
also it might be also that my grasp of like language also is not as much. It is interesting.
I don't
Professor
think you need to
Lovell.
stress out about it. Just like for
No,
context. Like I wouldn't encourage you to like do a ton of Googling. I don't think it matters all that much.
no,
But
but I'm interested, so I'm Googling.
okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
But so far it is really I knew what it was, right? The At least like the starting point, right? That you have this Chinese boy and he's taken over, he's
Mhm.
taken in by this like man to basically assimilate and learn the language, but like Professor Lovell, I really hate him already. So, but I don't think I'm meant to like him, so it's okay.
Yeah, not entirely a surprise, I'll be honest. Um, yeah, yeah. I got to 10% of the book and I'm liking it. It's very readable. Like Lainey Taylor is just very readable. I will say so a couple years ago, I read Strange the Dreamer and Muse of Nightmares and loved it. Really great
Okay.
time. And then just bought this one used at a bookstore without knowing anything about it because I think it's Lainey Taylor's only other like series, like novel
Mhm.
series. So I I've been wanting to read it and yeah, I mean it's moving. There's some like
Mhm.
strange stuff. So like the premise is like demons and angels and things. So it's not I don't know, it's not necessarily like the kind of fantasy that I gravitate toward, but
Mhm.
I like her writing. I like the book so far.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's fair. I Yeah, I haven't actually read any books by her, and I do want to
Mhm.
try both of those kind of series at some point. But like I don't have them physically, and I think I'm planning to anyway get,
Strange the Dreamer and Muse of Nightmares, I think I cried so much.
Okay.
They're definitely like crying books. I liked Strange the Dreamer better, I think, than Muse of Nightmares because we knew less. I tend to really like it when we don't know a ton and we're
Mm.
like gradually learning about things. And then once everything's figured out, like going into the second book, I tend to be a little bit less excited because some of the mystery is gone.
Mm.
But I liked both of them. Strange the Dreamer was like a full 5 star for me.
Mm. Mhm. Mm. I did have the daughter series after book one, but it wasn't bad. I was just out of my YA era and obsessed. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And Maria drank some
Yeah.
tea and answered a few emails. That's great. I mean, you're at work, right? So you were. Um,
Good for
yeah,
me.
I do want
Yay.
to try it. I don't know which one I want to try first. I might just try Daughter of Smoke and Bone just because I think I will like Strange the Dreamer more. But also I do because I haven't read a lot of Demon Angels kind of fantasy. So I feel like even if it's YA, I might be more interested because it's some type that I'm not used to, right? Just in terms of the world and stuff, right? But I don't know.
I'm actually interested because the vibes
Mm-hmm.
are giving me just a little bit like inspired by City of Bones situation.
Oh,
Like
uh-huh.
it has a similar vibe.
Okay.
Not in like a super terrible way or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And like the magic doesn't seem to be similar or anything, but like the setting and just the
Sure.
vibes, I feel like kinship there. So this one came Daughter of Smoke and Bone came out in 2013.
Sure.
And I'm gonna look up City of Bones,
I think it
which I
was
think came out
before.
before.
It did, I think.
Yeah. Yep, 2007. So yeah, I think we were just in our like urban fantasy, like
Mhm.
angels and demons era back then. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that this one's bad. I'm just yeah
No.
noticing a
No,
trend.
no, no, I understand. I definitely want to try it because of that, because I think the only kind of demon angels I ever read was this the this world by Cassandra Clare, right? With the
Hmm.
City
Yeah,
of Bones, that I really didn't like the whole like relationship kind of thing, and the book hinged more on the relationships than the actual world. And I thought the world was kind of interesting, but I would have really liked to have more of a plot and less of a, well, I mean,
those
there
were
was plot.
romanticy before we had that word for sure. Like
Exactly.
we didn't have
No,
the
for
word
sure.
romanticity, but they were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because there was a plot, but there was a very strong emphasis on the romance for sure. And I think
certainly.
I didn't like the whole like brother, you're not brother, we're brother and sister kind of thing. It was kind of
But you
icky,
have
and
to have the angst. You have to extend the angst somehow, Clementine. No, I read the original Daughter or City of Bones trilogy when it came out. And then
Mhm.
my problem was when that was extended. So when she did like an additional 3 or 4 books for it, I think I got through another book and a half and then stopped. Um, and I think her Clockwork series is one of the more popular ones, like the ones that were
Yes,
set in the past.
I never
And I read
finished
all
them.
of them, and I had a big problem with how the third book ended in the Clockwork series. So, like, I think that kind of turned me off of her too. And I
Mhm.
haven't read any Cassandra Clare's since. I know she's still publishing, and some of them are really popular.
So for me, I read the first original kind of 6 books, right?
Mhm.
That's, the kind of present time kind of series,
So you
because
made
I
it.
had because I got like a deal on Kindle for the first 5 that were out somehow. And then I just got the 6th one on Kindle because by then, I had to like finish because it finished on a cliffhanger, and it was mostly the
You were super close.
actual bigger plot that, finished in this 6th one. Um, but I really didn't like the whole like, love triangle for sure and all of that. But I binged a ton of Cassandra
He has
Clare
a
at the
lot of
time,
love
none of them
triangles.
stuck
I
with
think.
me. Yeah, I think it's the same for me. I binged a whole like kind of 5 kind of thing, because at that time also I didn't like read a whole lot then, and it was easy to read. I do have to admit it's easily bingeable. Even the childhood friends to lovers one, which is shocking because it's my favorite trope. Yeah, I agree. It's
Mhm.
not I think the characters are just very forgettable for me in the
Yeah.
series that I read. Also, like, I think nowadays if I would just read the books there, I would find the main character very annoying. I don't know for the others because obviously I haven't read the other series that she wrote in this world. And I recently also read Swordcatcher, the book that she started to read and to write in this like brand new series. And I really just it was just meh. Everything was meh. The plot was like
Right.
I don't it seems like very generic, her adult kind of fantasy world. There were questions that were not fully answered, but I really don't care about knowing the answers. And the characters, I didn't care about anything, and she started to set up a love triangle again. And I'm like, I don't like love
No.
triangles. So
Love
I was
triangles are
like,
my least favorite, like romance trope. I hate them. I really hate them a lot.
yes.
But
Yeah.
she does them a lot. Like both of the series I read with her had an
She
aspect of a
does.
love triangle in it. Yeah.
She likes love triangles for sure. And I would say, okay, in her defense, for Swordcatcher, at least it doesn't seem clear from the first book who is like the long run, like the first
Sometimes
the
I hate
person.
that even more because I just like the security of like knowing what's gonna happen,
To
which I
be
know is
okay,
not why we read books.
to be honest, I don't know where she's going with this one, but it does seem that
Mhm.
she's going with like a throuple kind of situation, maybe in the end.
Oh, interesting.
Which
Yeah.
is interesting, and it might be something different also to go with it, but I don't know because it's like not, and I don't I didn't like it too much. I would just have preferred to see the actually relationship being developed between those two friends that seem to be maybe a little bit more than friends, but also we don't know. So like I would have seen that one more developed. And why did we need to include this woman that we really don't know? It really um Maria says that I saw a lot of people loving Swordcatcher, disliked
This is silly.
the Mortal
What does
Instruments. I'm
TMI stand?
curious.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, Mortal Instruments. I know.
Yes,
But
yes, yes, yes.
probably will
No,
agree
I
with
think I
you
would have
getting
gotten there
them. Yeah.
eventually. I just not at the beginning.
I would also think, Maria, that you will probably have the same idea as me for that. Uh I've wanted to see love triangles and a throuple sometimes. Yeah, I agree. I think uh it is more interesting to me than a love triangle itself because in a love triangle where there's always like a sort of end goal kind of couple, the third person is like left, like standing. And sometimes Cassandra Clare loves to have a happy ending to everyone, so she does give like another romance to the third kind of wheel person, but also it's
She did
not as
that with Simon.
compelling because it
Yeah.
seems like, oh, it's just a second choice. It's just, like the you just had to find something else. Oh, I unhauled that one because I read some reviews. I saw some reviews also on YouTube and some like also how to say, I saw some spoilers about things, and I think I'm not gonna like it. But I mean, please let me know if you
But you
try
should
it.
change her mind, Maria. You should read it and love it and change
Yes.
Clementine's mind.
Although I unhauled a very beautiful special edition, so I would be sad about it.
No, that would
Okay.
be devastating for
Yeah,
you.
I know. Scorpio said
Ooh,
that the
yay.
house, she can settle down and work on
It's
your journals. Yay! And she will start reading It's Elementary by Elise Bryant. Cozy mystery. Ooh, interesting. Yes, I
very fun.
agree with
If
Maria.
you,
Very productive.
yes. And Scorpio, if you love it, let me know because I love a cozy mystery. So I'll add it to my TBR for sure if I get a positive report from you. Yay.
Yay.
Oh, good stuff. Well, oh, I should also update us on the soap sack project. Look, done. Woo.
Aw.
So you just put soap inside,
Okay.
and then I made a little like buttonhole situation that you can put your loop through. I added that to the pattern. And then you can just hang it, and it saves your soap, and it also, yeah, it's great. And it took me like 30 minutes. So highly recommend. I actually might use this as just like a way to swatch new stitches. I
Oh,
might just like swatch, make a
yeah.
square, and then
Yeah.
fold over, and then easy
It's
peasy, and put soap inside and donate them, and life is grand.
that
So
is
thank you,
really
Scorpio.
cute.
I appreciate it. This was very satisfying because it was so fast, and I
Uh-huh.
feel very productive. It didn't use up much of my scrap yarn, but this is a great, I think, way to use scrap yarn if you
Uh-huh.
have it around. Woo, success. Maybe I'll make different ones every sprint. And then at the end, I'll have like 6 or 7 of them or something.
Maybe you should send me the also like the pattern for that because I do have a lot of scrap yarn.
I should put it in I'll actually, during the next round of sprints, I'll put it in the chat just to share with folks. I think it's a really cool organization and a cool idea. Reading War and Peace, cozy War and Peas, cozy cooking mystery. Love a pun. That's a fabulous pun. War and Peas. I
And
thought you had a typo for a minute, and I was also like, Michelle, why are you putting yourself through War and Peace? But that's
I
awesome.
mean, to be fair, if one person could get through like War and Peace and, could subject herself to that, it's Michelle out of all of
Yes.
us, I think. But
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Michelle puts herself through books that she's not enjoying often, so good for her.
yes. And that does sound cute, Michelle. So maybe,
Sweet.
Michelle, you have to report back for both Scorpio and Angela to see if, they like it. Oh. Huh?
I'm confused, Michelle. You're reading it, right? Let us know what you mean, Michelle. I'm baffled. But how much or how long do you want our next sprint to be, Clementine?
I don't know. I'm reading not a whole lot in the sprint, so you do whatever you want. I'm not planning to eat yet
Okay.
for the sprint, so we can make it, you know. Oh, reading after I write it. So are you reading
So
or
you're writing
not?
a cozy mystery? I'm baffled, Michelle.
Yes.
So you're
Or is
are
this
you
just a
writing it?
joke? I don't know.
I don't know.
Because she jokes sometimes
I'm
too, right?
struggling. That's okay. Um, I shall. If I so I That's a good idea, Maria, to like use one. I obviously could not donate it if I use it, but they're so fast to make that that would be fine. Um, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
my suspicion, things like this are pretty popular, so my suspicion is that it works fine. You basically just don't need to have like a washcloth with you, which is great. So yeah, exciting. Alrighty. I am going to set our timer. I'm going to set it for 45 again because that was the perfect length for me to like um make make the thing and also
True.
do like some other random stuff. So very helpful. Let's go ahead. This time I'm actually going to start the timer when I say I'm going to start the timer. Which is great for me,
Oh.
growth. Um, and yeah, good luck. Happy reading. See you in 45.
Welcome back.
We're back.
Tell
Woo.
us what you've been doing. Have you been productive? I
Yes.
did read. I did read. I'm in. You're gonna laugh at how many percent I'm in. I'm 10% into the book. Yay!
Ooh.
I'm at I'm at like 54 pages in.
mm, gotcha. I am 20% of the way into my book, which is pretty good. And I made another little soap sack. This one is a granny stitch instead of the
Ooh.
regular stitch. And I did a drawstring instead of the
Mm.
loop closure. I don't like it as much, so I think I'll keep going with the loop closure
Mm.
next time. But I'm not gonna like rip it out and redo it. I think it's fine. How are you liking it?
Thank you, Maria. I am liking it very much. Cause like in high school I did learn a bit of Latin and Greek, so I
Mhm.
do like finding the etymology of terms, like where the words come from and everything. So I've been finding the little quips where Robin is trying to figure out where stagecoach comes from, for example, or a lot of different words. So I find it funny. Also, I don't know for most of his English words where it comes from, so it's fun to actually see those. Um, there's a scene with with Robin when he's like in the library and he forgets about time and he reads for 3 hours and then Professor Lovell arrives. My God, this is oh wow. And the whole like casual racism and misogynistic views of Professor Lovell and his friends is grating, but I knew about that. And it makes sense with the historical time frame, right, in the 1830s where it's set. So but it's really interesting, and now he just arrived in Oxford and he just met Remy.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Success. Yeah.
How's your book?
I'm still liking it. It's still very readable.
Sure.
Um, I it's fine. It's certainly not DNFable. Um, we're learning a little bit more about like the magic and things. Um, our main character, she like runs errands for someone who is like dealing in magic.
Mm,
So the magical world is like it's an urban fantasy. So like the magical world is like a secondary world underneath our contemporary world. So they have cell phones and they can text each other and stuff in the real world. And then this magical world, there are like portals and wishes and like a
sure.
different kind of currency and all of these things, right? So our main character, she runs errands for this man who owns a shop where he's like we don't exactly know what he's doing with stuff, but he's like dealing in magic. And yeah, it's interesting. I think we've met who the love interest is going to be. I'm curious. They actually haven't met each other at
Mm.
all. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Maria, I know. I do think this is like I'm intrigued enough to keep going. I think if I put it down, I wouldn't like especially for a day like today where we're kind of binging through.
Mhm.
I think that this is a perfectly pleasant book to binge. I
Yeah.
am
Yeah.
I am having a pleasant time. I am not upset. I can like crochet while listening to it and still follow what's going on. I don't have to be thinking about it super intensely, which is great. There are definitely some upsides here.
Mhm.
I don't hate it.
That's good for you. I chose the right book for you.
Yeah, no,
'Cause
like in your mind, was this like an easy one or
it
like a
was an
hard
easy
one?
one, yes. Because like I as much as I did know that you had tried to read it, but I also knew that being a YA and everything, it was going to be an easy read. I didn't know if
Yeah.
you would go all the way to the end, but I was like, it's an easy thing.
It's
Mine,
a little bit longer than I would.
yeah, my
Sorry, go
my book, I definitely cannot read without the physical for now.
Yeah.
And I think I would really miss a lot of things if I didn't, which is sad because I had my blanket all ready to try and finish it today.
I'm
For context,
sorry.
this is my last year's blanket, and I have 20 rows left to do. So I was itching to finish it. But like it's okay. That's okay. Hey,
Yeah.
that way,
That one was a hard one. So,
yeah.
like in my assessment of easy or hard, that was a hard one. But I don't think it's the hardest one you could have gotten. Like nowhere near the hardest. So,
Okay.
I
But
think that you're.
one thing though is that I know that you put half of them harder and half of them easier.
Yes.
So I do have one easier one now compared to the harder ones.
Yes. Yes. It is more likely that you'll get an easy one compared to a hard one. Absolutely. Scorpio, I am drinking just like coffee with like peppermint mocha creamer in it.
And I just made myself some tea. It's a peach black tea that Michelle got me for Christmas, and it's lovely.
Oh,
So
good.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I brought my dog mug because it's very
very
warm, and there's a
cute.
little paw on it.
Oh, so sweet. Yes, I'm almost done with it. So when I finish it, I won't be drinking any more coffee because I would like to sleep tonight.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah, Maria, I think that this is one where if I weren't binging it, I would like end up putting it down and like going and doing something else, and I just wouldn't be drawn back to it.
Yeah.
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 I need to make another cup of coffee. Aw. Yeah, make yourself one.
I support your decisions. Yeah.
Both sound yummy. I'm not drinking anything, but need to make some tea. Yes. Yes. Also, with this
I
being
mean,
a snow day, I need all the warm things for sure.
I was about to say snow day vibes. All of us need some warm things
I mean,
for
it
sure.
doesn't seem like it's snowing too much more right now, but it did snow a whole lot
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I'm gonna need to go shovel my walk.
Mm,
Gross. Maybe I'll take one of the sprints and leave Atlas up here and then just go shovel my walk for one of the sprints.
yeah, you
And
do.
then I'll know I have something to look forward to when I come back.
I need to switch to tea.
Tea is great.
Tea is
Yes.
great. Also, it does hydrate more because you tend to drink more than the coffee. At least for me, because I drink espresso, so tea I have more water. I packed up
Oh
the
no,
snow
Michelle!
to
Do not
Maria.
mail any snow to Maria. No, do not inflict upon her
Well, I
the
mean,
task of snow.
she has to send the snow all the way to West Coast, so I think it would melt by then because it
Well,
would
I
go
mean,
in.
if she sent it anywhere, it would melt, right? But
Yeah, no, but like
no, we are not wishing snow upon Maria. No,
no, no, no.
none
Also,
of
like
that. Oh,
Calif.
Maria says yes, she would like the snow. Never mind. Wish the snow upon Maria. Go ahead and
The
curse Maria with the snow.
I don't think California knows how to handle snow. I mean, some places, of course, like up there, but like definitely like a lot of places they don't know how to handle. But um, I love snow, but probably because Washington doesn't get too bad. Yeah, same. Yeah, I think most of the West Coast doesn't have like a lot. Um, so I know that's um
Yeah.
I think except like the kind of ski kind of resorts, they know how to handle it in the altitudes, but like my knowledge of living in the West Coast in California was like pretty bad. But also they
Sure.
never got snow, so but even like when they had a little bit of freezing on the roads, they were dumping so much sea salt in there and they were driving so slow
Hmm.
because they never had any, so they were really uh stressed about that. So it
For
would
sure.
like make a lot of traffic jams. But anyway. Yeah, I'm liking it, but I really don't know how well my mind will feel in like a few sprints because I can definitely feel, my that my mind will not be able to read like past like so many hours of it. So I don't know. So far it's okay, right? But we'll see. We'll see.
We're making progress, which is the
Yes,
important part.
exactly.
Yes.
That is what's important.
All right. Do you want to start another round of sprints? I know we haven't talked for too long. Um, Certainly,
Working from
Maria.
home, yes, certainly it makes snow more palatable because you don't have to, like handle all the roads, which, um, maybe pull another one for
Oh,
that.
yeah. If you wanted to pull another one and alternate, you could. I feel badly. So we've got 12 for 12 months, is like generally the plan. So I would
Yes.
feel badly inflicting another obligation read onto Clementine
Well,
today.
I mean, okay, yes, but also considering the fact that I am on forced vacation right now and that I'm moving in 2 months, I am trying to get to more of my physical kind of books. So I don't think I would mind having another obligation read this month.
It is
But
it is your choice.
yeah,
I support you in your
exactly.
decision.
Maria is right. If they're physical TBR books, I need to rush them anyway. How about we can still I can still read another sprint of this one, and then I can pull from the jar and see what I get.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
I
If
get
your
one of
brain
the
is feeling like
harder books even than this one, I might say no
then you're
and
gonna give
put
you
it
stuff.
back in
Yeah.
because the idea is
Oh,
to
you
get
would
it
put it back
easier.
in? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, Clementine, what we could do is I could do a random number generator on your easy ones for you instead of you pulling from the
Eh,
jar.
I like leaving the jar.
Okay.
I like the challenge. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you, Maria. And my memory is usually terrible for those things, so I would probably forget it if I don't pull it after a few months. So, yeah.
All righty. Do we want to do another 45?
Yeah, because that would put us to exactly 3 p.m. And that
Yep,
sounds
right around
nice.
there.
Yep.
Awesome. There we go. All right. Good luck, y'all. 45 minutes. See you soon.
Hello, hello. How's
Hello.
everyone been doing the past 45
Yeah,
minutes?
you.
I reached the end of book one. I'm on page 93. I'm at 17%.
Nice. I just hit 32%, so I'm almost a third of the way through. Um, the vibe is not my vibe. Like the tone of it, like it's just kind of dark and grungy, and
Mm.
I'm yeah, that 45 minutes was the first time that I was like, I might not make it through this
Mm.
one. It's just like there are things that are just kind of gross and like icky,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't need that in my reading life. I don't know. I'm. It's becoming a harder sell. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Your art journal and read 30
Ooh,
pages. Nice.
that's nice.
Awesome. Very fun.
And a little whimsical.
It is a little whimsical, but
Mm-hmm.
in like not like a pleasant way. It's not like
And
usually when I
like
think of
a,
whimsical, I think of like cute and like kind of magical and interesting. Yeah.
is it more like a Grimm's fairy tale kind of deal? Like it's like it's like whimsy in terms of magical, but also grimy. I don't know.
I wouldn't necessarily compare it to a fairy tale necessarily. Um, I would I like I don't know, it's just kind of dark. There's just like
Okay.
a lot of death. It's like you're finding out that there's this like secret magical war happening. Um, and that's like fine, but
Mm-hmm.
most of the people who we interact with are like not like no one's happy. Like no one's well off. No one's like
Mm-hmm.
content. And like everyone's just in this like kind of state of misery and like
Sure.
really like working hard to get along. Which is fine and also like I guess kind of realistic, but I I don't know. It just was like the last 45 minutes just were not pleasant. Um
Mm-hmm.
I would like a little bit of light, like just a little bit of niceness eventually.
Well, I've
Um,
had a little bit of niceness in mine.
like
Sprinkled in
even like
with
that's a
the
pretty dark book, but like there are still moments that are nice. Yeah.
yeah, I mean right now it's pretty nice because they just met the other two people who are, I'm trying not to be too much, right? To be a little bit more vague if people wanted to
Mhm.
read it, but like, because like they just started at, their education, and so they just met the other two women who are gonna be, their classmates, right? Um, and it's cute how they bonded together. I do love Letty just for the beginning, right? Because Remy's like meeting them and he's like, "Why are you girls?" And she says, "I suppose we decided to be girls because being boys seems to require giving up half your brain cells." And I'm like, "Yes, that's the correct answer to that question." So I like how like she is. But like I'm very intrigued obviously about the silver working, like the magic, how it works with that. Um I'm just I know it's not gonna be a book that I can binge through entirely right now. Because of the whole racism and the whole discussion about that, because I do want to take my time through it for sure. And also because it's gonna make me very depressed if I read it throughout the whole thing. But yeah,
Yeah. Yep. No, it's
should
not.
try
That one's not
try.
necessarily like super happy read. But you
Should I
wanna
try?
pull another one?
Should I try?
I mean, personally, if I were you, I would just be looking at what you're already currently reading. Like, how many are you in the middle of right
Well, I mean,
now?
I do have this that is really easy to read on audio. I'm like
Yeah.
55% in. and it's a very quick read. So I think I have like 2 hours and a half left or something.
Yeah. So, like me personally, that's maybe what I would go for. But if you want to pick another one from the jar, I'm not going to tell you not to. Like you can do whatever feels most right to you.
Help me decide online, please.
Well, you know that Maria is going to tell you to open it. How many books do you usually have going at once? And how many books do you have going right now?
Well, I have.
Like, do you really want to add another book to your currently reading stack?
Yes, I
I'm just
I
trying to be the angel on your
don't.
shoulder here. That's all.
But I don't. So maybe I can say that I read this and I can sprinkle in a little bit of this. And if I finish this, then I
Yeah,
can
you can like
open
alternate
another
sprints or
one.
something. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe if you finish Dreadful today, maybe you can reward yourself by pulling another book or something.
Yes, we can say that.
Yeah.
And I try to finish it.
Yeah. Oh, Maria coming in with a surprising opinion. I
Thank
respect
you,
this.
Maria.
Totally
So
agree
I
with
will
me.
be finishing this one then. Which is it's kind of a easy, fun one. She just wants to help with that goal. Thank you. Aw.
Yeah. Oh, was Atlas being entertaining down here? I wasn't even noticing.
I
He
wasn't
is
even
being
noticing
awesome. He's
either.
being his awesome
But
sleepy self. He's super sleepy right now. I
mm-hmm.
actually think that during the next sprint, I am going to shovel my walk while I am listening to the audiobook. And oh, Atlas, he's so cute.
Well,
I
I
don't think it'll
will.
take me. My walk is small, so it shouldn't take me more than 45 minutes.
Yeah, I will also make a little bit of a break, so I won't read too much next sprint because I do want to have lunch. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Ooh, I do feel badly with both of us disappearing at once. So, like, if you want to go have lunch and I'll stay this sprint, and then I can shovel next sprint, we can do that. Because when both of us disappear, it's just the timer going, and that's
Yeah,
sad.
I know, but I think that's still okay for people. But if you're okay, I'm in waiting for a little bit.
I'll
We can
wait
do
if
that.
you would like to eat. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Do you want since you're taking a break this time, do you want us still to do the full 45 or do you want us to shorten it to like 30?
45 is fine because I should be back, like in like 15, 20 minutes on there. So, um, and,
Cool.
and yeah, um, Scorpio says that they will be okay if we're gone. He was
Yeah,
off.
yeah. I know that you guys will be okay. I know that you're fine. Sometimes we
Yeah.
have some like quiet folks who drop in to watch, and I get worried that if it's just the timer going, that it's kind of maybe a little bit confusing or maybe a little bit baffling. It's like
Mm-hmm.
what's happening. Um, but
Yep.
yeah, it's not like a huge deal. Just I guess a pet peeve of my own. Yeah.
Sure.
Yep. Alrighty. I've got the 45 up. I guess we didn't talk for very long. Do you want to jump back in or is there something else that you wanted to chat about?
I don't think I have a lot to chat about. Um, Maybe next time, during our stops, we could discuss about the books I'm on the fence about too,
Mhm.
because I do want to make an effort to get into those, but also I have some that I'm not too sure. So we could, some of us, it could, decide me to unhaul it.
Michelle, if I trusted Atlas to like stay where the camera was pointing, I would consider just leaving an Atlas cam
Yeah.
for you. However, when I leave this room, Atlas is gonna like probably jump off and then like go around and sniff stuff, take a drink of water, and then probably end up like on the ground on some fluffy blankets, right? So again, if I trusted him, I would leave it. But
If I were a cat, you would say like, yeah, a cat, especially if he starts to like sleep there and whatever, it will stay
Mhm.
there, right? And you can have a cat cam, but like a
Yeah.
dog is a little bit harder.
And some people do like dog cams and stuff, but often they'll be like in a little dog bed on the floor or something,
Yeah.
which is just not how Atlas rolls. Atlas leaving you in your time of need. You know, Maria, that's true. He's just
Yeah.
it's really his time of need, isn't it? Because he's without a person. And this is very sad for him. So
Very hard for him, yeah, when
oh,
people
so
start
hard.
bleeding, so.
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 45 minutes are on the timer. Let's do it. I believe in us. Woohoo!
Sorry. This last part in this book just made me laugh out loud. Just so much. I'm crying, but from laughing. So I think I
Good.
was right to switch. I didn't read a lot. I read maybe 20 pages because I was eating before.
Mhm.
Um, but let me know what else. Let us know in the chat. How much did you read, or if you haven't read, how productive have you been? And Angela, how's it been? Last time was not such a great update, so I'm waiting.
Yeah, it's been fine. Not bad enough to stop.
Mhm,
I'm at 43%. And yeah, it's just the vibes are different. That's all.
mhm,
On a happier crafting note,
mm.
I finished another soap sack. This one has, it might be hard to see. Oh, actually, it's pretty easy to see. This one has a dragonfly on
Oh,
it,
so
which I think is,
cute.
I think it came out really cute.
Yeah.
And I've never done anything with like this sort of open
Mm.
situation before. So this was very productive. And
Mm.
then I'm also working on, when I finish that, I started working on my embroidery, which might be kind of hard to see, but it's an octopus who is knitting. so
Oh.
so far I have the ball of yarn done in this like long string of yarn, and then I just finished the knitting needles. So fun. Woo.
Yeah.
We've got some people in the chat who, oh, how's your blanket, Clementine?
Well, my blanket has been going okay. I mean, I still have like 18 rows or something to do. This is my
Mhm.
genre blanket, which I've been doing. Um,
Yeah. Alrighty, let's just go through an order. Oh, go ahead. You can
yeah,
say
no, let's just go for in order. So we've had Linda be reading knitting. I love the handle. I love
Mhm.
that you both are crafting crocheting while listening. We do love that for sure. And we also have Super
Absolutely.
Rouge. She's currently
Welcome.
watching a K-pop variety show called Going 17. Seen 3 times already, beloved so much and bring me so much joy and happiness. Why wouldn't you? If you enjoy rewatching it, of course, go ahead, right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
And that's great to also laugh at this.
Yes, yes, yes,
Um,
yes. Anything that brings us joy is worth doing.
I know. Maria's working
Very
on
ready.
auditing attendance for work and very ready for lunch. Yeah, that's understandable, but you're productive. Super Rouge, I am enjoying Babel. I have put it down because I did read, like, we've been on friends for a few hours, and I did read like 90 pages so far, and I've been enjoying it, but I don't think it's a book that I can read like a whole lot at the same time. I haven't read a lot of Dark Academia, and everything that I've read in Dark Academia was not super much my vibe, but I think this one is okay so far. It's not too much Dark Academia, so that's fine for me. Aw,
Yeah, it's
yes.
not as like it's not as stabby as some dark academias are.
Yes.
There's still a pretty high body count in it, but it's not quite
Mhm.
as gruesome,
Well,
I
I mean,
suppose.
so far it's the
Um,
beginning, so it's not that dark for me. We'll
yeah,
see
yeah, yeah,
how it goes.
yeah.
Maria says the dragonfly and the octopus are cute. Michelle says very nice.
Thank
I'm
you.
fuming also. And Maria says welcome to the new people, which is great. Michelle finished her invoicing and she's downloading
Woo!
more movies.
Productivity.
She's not so
Yay.
happy about watching movies. Just for context, it is movies for work, right? So other people know.
Oh, yeah, not like real movies. Like
No, no.
I'm assuming like yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And I
Uh
think I haven't talked about the book that I'm currently reading right now,
yeah, go ahead,
Dreadful.
introduce.
So it is a kind of fun, kind of cozy fantasy in some ways, right? So there's this guy that basically he wakes up with no eyebrows, no memory whatsoever of who he is. And he wakes up in these like imagine like these robes that are very dingy but look like flames on them, right? And so he's like, what's happening? And he's in this like kind of dungeony kind of place, workshop, magical workshop kind of space with a lot of rooms on the floor and everything. And he doesn't know what it is, but he fairly quickly discovers that he has a bunch of minions and he's the dark wizard of this small castle that you can see on the cover, with a bunch of goblins for servants and minions. And his name is like Gavrax, and he's supposed to be this dark wizard who just currently kidnapped this like princess for like a dark nefarious plan that other dark wizards are doing. Uh, and
Mhm.
it's a very interesting premise because it's like asking the question of like what makes you good or evil, because obviously he doesn't have any memory of, you know, why he kidnapped a princess, right? Why did he actually put his previous servant on fire or things like that, right? And so he tries to actually become a bit more good compared to what, you know, the other people tell him that he was, because he believes that maybe he can do better now that he doesn't have his memories of, you know, what he was before. And he's very also appalled every time he hears about, like, for example, the fact that he did put on fire his servant because he messed up his like dress, I think, or something at some point, and he was like, why would I even do that? um
Mm.
so he really wants to kind of distance himself with who he was. But of course there's a big problem, which is that there's three dark wizards that are coming to actually enable a plan and sacrifice the princess in the process. There's also a garlic festival happening uh, in the town, so there's a lot of things. And it's not as funny as I thought in the beginning, but there are certainly some very funny kind of moments. Yeah. So anyway, so I'm having fun, and it's a quick read. So if you want it, also I yeah, it's fairly fun and easy. So if you wanted
I
a
started it
fantasy,
in
but
DNF. This wasn't. Sorry.
no, go ahead,
What was
go
it?
ahead.
I started it and DNF'd it. I think tone wise, it just wasn't for me.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
you know, I could definitely see people liking it. It has a very strong premise, which I think is awesome.
Yeah.
Super Rouge is reading Thursday Murder Club. Good one.
Ooh.
But taking a break from it right now. Loving it so far. Just nice. Yeah, I read it, but like several years ago. So I don't remember exactly like what twists and things happen in
And
it.
I
Uh,
I haven't read it. It is
but you
on my
have it,
shelves.
right?
I have it, yes, and I'm really excited to read it, for sure.
Awesome. Good stuff. Um, yeah, just kind of confirming what Michelle said earlier.
Yes.
Oh, so Clementine, you have been working on your blanket from last year. And what
Yeah.
Clementine was doing last year is every row is the genre of the books
Yes.
that she read.
Yes.
So you're finishing up that one. Do you want to share what your plans are for this year?
So for this year, I since I'm gonna move soon, I also don't mind starting it later on, but I am just, you know, cataloging all the stuff so I can, you know, um you know, crochet the ones later on, you know. But
Mhm.
last year I struggled with the genres because I do mostly read fantasy romance kind of genres, right? I did put sci-fi also, which is the yellows, the poor stripes that
Mhm.
are like one or two
The very
yellows.
infrequent yellows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I try to take myself into like, if I put it as a genre on my blanket, it will kind of help me out maybe to read a little bit more, but it didn't. Anyway, and then the white is just other, right? Because I don't read a lot of mysteries or, you know, other kind of type of genres. But the problem that I went into is categorizing something more romance, fantasy, or more like romantasy. Because for me, romantasy should be like a sort of equal romance and fantasy kind of thing. So some of them, and so it got too much in my head. So this year, I'm planning for my 2025 blanket to actually do a star rating one, from like 1 to 5 stars. I do still plan to, just in case, have like a color for the 1 star, but I'm hoping not to have to do a 1 star. So, yes,
Fingers crossed.
I my plan is to DNF them before, for sure, if I hate something. I remember I tried to do some knitting or whatever, but I have a really short attention span, so I very quickly got bored. But I respect anyone who can do that because it's really hard. Yeah, I have the same issue. That's why also I'm late in finishing the blankets. At some point, I was like 6 months late because like for a yearly project like this, right? In the beginning, you're very motivated, so you're really on point. Then you forget about it, and then you're like, oh damn, it's the middle of the year. Then you do some more, and then you try to catch up, and you try to catch up, and you try to catch up. So but I'm like not that, I was never that late, that like I told myself like, oh, I have 100 rows to do, I'll never catch up, right? So I did try to do that,
I
and it's my second one, also successful second year of doing this blanket. So I'm very motivated to finish it for sure. But we'll see for
I think it depends
2025.
like with what Super Rouge was saying about like having a short attention span, I do
Mm-hmm.
a little bit too. It depends on the type of project that I'm picking, whether
Yeah.
I'll be very successful. So I tend to really want to do big projects and like start them and then never ever finish them, which is just like a me problem. So like if I it's just taught me I have to pick my projects a little bit more strategically,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of sprinkle my big projects in with little ones so that I still feel like I'm being successful. So, like today, I've done 3 of these little pouches that I'm going to donate to my local shelter. They're like soap saver bags. So you like put some soap in them and then you can give them away. And they work essentially as like a washcloth and like a soap bag at the same time, which is really great and really useful for people who are more transient or might
Mm-hmm.
be unhoused for some reason. So I've made 3 of them today, but like super fast. Each one only takes me like 30 minutes to do, which is like exactly the type of project I need because it's so like immediate
Mm-hmm.
gratification heavy. And I did different patterns for each one of them. So like this one and then granny stitches and then just a plain one, right? So it keeps me engaged and it keeps me interested. Whereas like when I'm working on a really big project, I find it to be very grueling.
Yeah. I
So
agree. That's the second part, especially if you start and you craft. I mean, doing a very small kind of contained project is very good because it keeps you like really. Because of course, in the beginning, of course, even a small project will take you more time to complete than it would if you're experienced. So
yeah,
doing a small kind of manageable project, even if you have to frog and knit again or something, it does help you out because you can see the end in sight and you can see some progress, right, pretty quickly. So it does help for sure.
but also
So
if
I
it's not your thing, that's okay. That's not
Yeah.
me being critical. It's me being
No,
encouraging.
no, because
Uh,
like there are some other like crafts that I've tried because I do like crafts. And some others I discovered I don't have any patience. Like sewing is a big thing for me. I tried, and I don't think I have the patience for projects really to do something like that. Whereas like crochets, like longer project, I manage them because I'm more excited to do it. Even, if I forget
yeah,
it in a basket for a year, the next year I'm like, oh, I forgot about this, and then I do a little bit of it or something, and then suddenly I finish it or something. And so it's also comes down to, finding the one you're more interested in, which
yeah,
can be
yeah.
hard, right?
Oh, sometimes it's so hard, especially when you invest a lot of time into like, oh, once I get good at it and I can do it without thinking, then maybe I'll like it more. And if
Yeah,
you invest your time
definitely.
and then you're still not finding a ton of enjoyment out of it, that can be really frustrating.
Yeah,
Um, but
yeah,
yeah, I think just like getting to know yourself and also like Super Rouge, I don't think you were listening. Like, I don't think you were here when I first introduced why I'm even doing this project. It's because I kid you not, like 8 skeins of this yarn that I bought to make a cardigan that I made most of and decided I didn't like. So now I'm like tearing back and using the yarn for something else. And that's like almost painful to do because when you're crafting, there's a really big risk of you putting like a lot of your time and energy and effort into something and then having it not turn out the way that you wanted, and then you've essentially lost that time and effort. So if you're not enjoying it, that's it's just not worth it.
Yeah. Well, I would say at least, if it's not the craft, but just the project that you're working on that's not okay, something like
Mhm.
crochet or knitting is good because you can just unravel and do it again and reuse. So it's not like completely lost. But
Yes,
it's true
I don't
there
have
are
to
some
throw
other
anything away.
crafts.
Yeah.
If you mess it up, you mess it up, right? So it's really hard. Um anyway,
Yeah. Well, fun stuff. I suppose we should probably get back
yes.
to
Reading
being
or
productive.
being productive for others. We know that it's still work day for most people. So
Yes.
let's go.
I'm gonna disappear
Yes.
for a while. I'm going to go shovel my sidewalk.
Good
So
luck.
I'll still be listening to the audiobook. When you see me reappear with my crafting, know that I have earned my crafting time today.
When we see you reappear as an icicle, we'll just try to warm you up a little bit.
I do think I'm gonna like throw some soup on the stove and then go out and shovel my walk. And then when I come back, I will reward
Mhm.
myself with delicious warm soup. So
Good
I
plan.
think I have a productive plan,
Mhm.
um, which is good. All right, Clementine, it's 45 minutes again. Good with you. And somehow I exited out of the timer, so it's gonna take me a minute to get it back.
That works for me. Um, that works very well.
Awesome. And if something super strange happens and I'm not back in 45 minutes, Clementine, you should
Sure.
be able to just get rid of the screen and hopefully it won't
Yeah.
affect you guys.
Yeah. No,
Like it won't keep you.
that works. No worries.
Cool. All right, y'all. Oh, that's right. I have to actually add it
Yep.
back to the page. Oh, okay. There we go. Now we're good. Good luck. Good luck being productive and finding joy in what you're doing. And we'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back.
Tell us in the comments if you've read anything, if you've been productive. What have you done in this
Yes.
past 45 minutes?
I was very productive. I shoveled my walk. I took Atlas on a walk. I made something for dinner and I ate about half of it. Look at me being very productive.
Nice.
I also read. I am now at 57% on my book. Our our love interest has finally met our main character, which is great. It's giving like stalker vibes, like Twilight stalker style
Oh.
vibes.
Oops.
Which like it was giving that also earlier, like that is not new. I just forgot to mention it to you all. So I'm going to finish it because at this point it's like not worth it not to. Like I don't know. It's fine enough that I'll finish it, but
Yeah.
this is not my book, and it's certainly not my series, which is great because it means that I don't have to worry about ever reading it. Yeah.
Sure.
Clementine, how's yours?
Are you still planning to finish it though, or
Oh yeah.
the book?
Yeah. I'm gonna finish the book. I've got like between 5 and 5.5 hours left of the audiobook, which I know sounds like a lot, but I listen at 2 times speed, so it's not actually that much.
Sure.
So
So I am 75% of the way through. So I did read like 40, 45 pages during the sprint.
nice.
I have with my audio listening speed like 100 an hour and 30 minutes about left.
Yeah.
And we are nearing like we're in the final kind of, final plot point in there where the princess is supposed to be sacrificed and all those things. So they're trying to figure out a way to not have that happen.
Gotcha.
So we'll see. But I'm having fun, and I might when I finish that one, I might go back to Babel. But
That makes sense.
um,
Totally makes sense. Um, Super Rouge. Managed to watch 2 episodes, still having a great time. Woo! Success.
That's great.
Love that. Also made some soup. Soup is great.
Nice. Yeah, it's also very dark because obviously with the snow and everything, it's already like very outside.
Yes.
So, I will probably put my blinds on after for the next print. Well, I mean, it is already 5 p.m. for us too, so it makes sense that it's already dark. I did manage nearly 2 rows. No, 2 rows and a half, nearly 3 rows. Hey, I did read Another Yellow. That's Gideon the Ninth.
Yay! Oh, you're counting that it makes sense that would be sci-fi.
Yeah. I mean, so the first one is more fantasy than sci-fi, but the second one is certainly more sci-fi. In some aspects. Yeah. There are some. So I did classify it as sci-fi because also I don't really love sci-fi. So even if it's a blend of the two, I did. Oh, you also read a chapter of Thursday Murder Club. That's really productive. I really want to continue my show, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not being indecisive. I mean, listen, I don't think so. I do that too. So
like jumping around to different things. No, I mean, I think that's what can like bring you joy, and that's also one of the reasons why I love doing these sprints. Is it does, like I don't know. For me, it does help me just like sit and do the thing for the period of time, which is good for me because I like to like play little games with myself and like randomize my tasks and like jump around to different activities and stuff. So these sprints are like an opportunity for me to kind of like slow down and just focus on one thing, which is great. I think that my next crafting, and this could be a lie. So, I don't know that I told you about this. So maybe I told Clementine this, but I bought 2 balls of yarn planning to make a pair of fingerless gloves for myself that
Mm-hmm.
I can wear when I take Atlas outside.
Yeah.
And instead of them coming as the same like kind of yarn, they mixed up one of my balls of yarn. So they sent me one ball of wool and one ball of alpaca in the same color, but they're different yarns. I'm not going to make two gloves with two different yarns. I was so mad. So I responded to them. I sent them an email being like, "Hey, can you just send me one of the balls? I don't even care which one it is. You can send me the
Yeah.
alpaca if you want. You can send me the wool if you want. I don't care. I just need one." And instead, they decided to refund me half of my money because I
Oh,
paid for
great.
two and I got one. And I was like, that's exactly what I did not want. So now I've paid to have two balls of yarn that I can do nothing with. So I
It,
could order more yarn, but I'm annoyed now. So instead, yes. What's up?
I have a question. Are they long enough so you can do, like, for example, the alpaca just in one half of the glove so that you have one half and one half, and then one half and one half?
I
I know it's two different
I could.
yarns, right? But at least it would look the same. I,
Yeah, I think what I'm actually gonna do, because it really
yeah.
put the kibosh on the project for me. What I'm gonna do is make two headbands to donate that are like ear warmers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because I can make one out of one out of the other. I should have just enough yarn for each
Mm,
one. It shouldn't be like I shouldn't run out, which is good.
that's good.
Yes. I
Yeah.
agree, Super Rouge. I like jumping around to different tasks for fun. And Linda is knitting a sock.
Ooh.
Amazing.
Listening to
That's awesome.
Spindle's End. I haven't heard of that one at all. Fun
I think
read.
I might have, but I want to double check
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to lie.
Mm.
Spindles End. Yes, it's a Robin McKinley. Linda, I love Robin McKinley so much. She's one of my favorites. I reread Beauty like every year, and I read Chalice was one of my favorite books of last year. She's amazing. I haven't read Spindle's End yet, but it's on my list that I like want to get to very soon. That's such a good cozy knitting read. Robin
Mm-hmm.
McKinley does like fairy tale vibe books. So some of them are retellings, like Beauty is just a retelling of Beauty and the Beast, but then some of them are like brand new story like fairy tales from her brain, but they feel almost like a retelling because it's just like a really classic
Got
sort
it.
of fairy tale feel. And Chalice was one of those, which I also really liked. So, oh, that's so fun.
Oh, that's a huge series, whatever. I don't know. I was looking on Goodreads.
Sorry.
Like it's part of a huge kind of fairy tale, kind of different ones. Um,
Spindle's End.
yeah. Oh, it's her first book by Robin McKinley, so and she's loving it.
Oh, I'm so glad that you're
I
loving
know.
it.
Yeah,
That's
really
awesome.
good. Really good. Okay, Michelle read also 8% of 8 Perfect Murderers. She talked to her boss, again, still copying videos, work videos, well, being productive, and also read a little bit. I think that's
Productivity
the
is
best you
good,
can
and
do.
hopefully work will end soonish for
Yeah,
Michelle, like maybe in
hopefully,
this month or
yes.
two. So
Yeah. Super Rouge, I really wish I can knit, but I've tried it a few times. I can't do it. I've seen videos of Pokemon knitting. Pokemon toys. Oh, yeah.
yeah,
They-
amigurumi is super cool. I find that crocheting is good for like 3D stuff. At least for me, it's easier
Mhm.
than knitting 3D stuff. Um, and yeah, I'm sorry if it's a challenge. I would encourage you to like maybe find a buddy. Like if you really, really, if it's something
Mhm.
that you really want to do, I really think everyone's, and unless you have like a disability in your hands, I think that it's something that most people can get the hang of. But it is tricky at first. You have to really persevere. I
Mhm.
teach knitting to my elementary school students, and or I teach crocheting to my elementary school students,
Mhm.
and it's definitely like pushing through that first hurdle is really hard. But
Sure.
you know, but
Sure.
also if it's not your thing, that's totally okay.
Yeah. No.
No pressure.
Definitely. And of course you can ask, do we read manga? I do. I usually read like very kind of fun kind of mangas. I don't read as much manga as like anything else, but I do like to read manga in between other books to it's kind of a refresher, kind of palate cleanser. So I read like Spy X Family, is one of my favorites. I do really like the kind of adventure, kind of fun one. I read
Mhm.
also, I have the Moriarty, the Patriot, which is a sort of mystery retelling story of like Sherlock Holmes and the Moriarty kind of thing, which is a fun one and easy one to catch up on. And I do read also like boys love like really funny ones that are really weird, but also like Cherry Magic, for example, is one of them. The premise is really stupid, but like really fun. Um, but I'm always also like searching for some isekai, which is a blend of it's a special type of manga where somebody gets, you know, transported into a world. So they usually come from our world and then they transported to a fantasy world. So I do have a couple that I need to start on. That I don't know, I don't remember the titles because they're always ridiculously long for that. But yeah. And Angela, if you wanted to talk about
Yeah,
one.
I've read a few. It's not something that's a really regular part of my reading, though I do pick up a graphic novel every once in a while. I read a few of the Spy Family volumes, but ended up putting it down, not because it was bad, just because I didn't have them and I was going to the library for them. And it was a little bit more of a production than it felt worth it to me. I did read all of, and I own all of the Savior's Book Cafe in Another World series, which is one of those ones that Clementine's talking about with the super long titles. And I love, I did enjoy those, but it was short and it was finished. So it was only
Mm-hmm.
5 volumes and it was relatively quick to get through, which I really enjoyed. I had a great time. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, good stuff.
Attack on Titan. Yeah, I have actually a friend a few years ago that recommended it to me. Which for me is a bit of a stretch because of the horror elements that I usually don't read. I did really have fun with the sci-fi, like the world and everything, and I definitely want to get back to it. I think I read the first 6 volumes and then I kind of stopped, because it was a bit gruesome and really intense for sure at some points. But I do want to continue, and I think I don't need to reread because I do fairly remember it fairly well. So it is one of those that I do want to get from my library and continue reading. But also, I've been trying to have more of a focus at reading my physical TBR for now. So I've been putting it in the back burner, but like, you know. Um, ooh, she does have all the recommendations for manga. I really appreciate it. Thank
Love
you.
that.
Light-hearted, fun recommendation. My Love Mix-Up. It's a boys' love romance, and I love it. Also, Waiting for Spring is just light-hearted fun. It's amazing. I will put those for sure in my TBR to try because I'm always trying for more. And you know, it's nice to have also new ones to try. And
Yeah, I'll
actually,
take note of
manga.
those too. I love something fun.
Yeah, and also manga is one of the only things on my TBR that I'm fairly caught up on. I think I have 2 manga on my TBR here that I haven't read, but everything else I've read. And the series I'm
Mhm.
mostly caught up on the series that I want, so it's, except the ones that I just started or just the Attack on Titan that I talked about. Is the only one that I am not caught up, but um
Yeah.
ooh. You love manga,
Wow.
you started 30 series. Wow. I think I've read a fairly bit of manga last year. I think about 30% of my reads were manga. Which I don't think I want more than that in terms of a number that I want. But certainly like in terms of different series, I do have some recommendations, but I'm always looking for some. Because like obviously not everything I get recommended is a hit, you know. So it's always good to find a new like series that you're like, oh yeah, I want to continue, right? So that's definitely good.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think I skipped over one.
Yeah.
Um, you find it hard to. for new skills and hobbies to stay in your brain. I mean, yeah, yeah. It took me a year to get into drawing, for example. Drawing is a very difficult one. I tried for a long, long time, and I have to admit I'm just terrible. And
Yeah.
and also like drawing is one that it, even like if you do it every day for like a year, it's still very good that you got to it, really, because like some people never manage to, and it's very fun.
I think
So
it's also the difference between like process crafting or hobbying and
yeah,
like product crafting or
yeah.
hobbying, right? Like if you're doing it because you love the process of it, like if you love
Hmm.
the process of drawing, then like that's awesome no matter what it looks like. But if you are doing it specifically for the product, like you like I want to knit a sweater that I can wear or hang something on my
Hmm.
wall, then there's like a little bit more pressure for the product to be good,
Hmm.
regardless of whether you like the process. And I'm really trying to find hobbies where they can be process hobbies because product hobbies I personally find to be stressful.
Mm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Wow, 90 manga volumes. Wow, that's a lot. I
Yeah.
probably read maybe 40, between 40 and 50 manga volumes, I would say, because I read about 145-ish books. So, and sorry,
Cool.
my ball of yarn went down
Oh no, it ran
every
away.
every time, right? It happens.
And you don't even have like a little dog or cat to knock it away. It did it by
Nope,
itself.
nope, I don't.
Oh, awesome. Um, how do we feel about getting started again, Clementine?
I mean, I'm ready to start reading again.
Feeling
Um,
awesome.
Uh, and while you set things up, Angela,
Sure.
I think Super Rouge was just saying that she had a massive reading slump, and I guess that was a lifesaver. I do agree. When I have like, that's why I say like I read manga in between other things because like a little bit like some like easy romances, but even then, some romance novels still are hard. But like manga is like you can't. It's something that even in a reading slump you can read in one sitting. So I do appreciate them
Mhm.
for sure.
Yeah. Awesome. I must admit, I feel like I'm running out of a little bit of steam, but I
Mm.
feel like maybe I'll find a second win here soon. I just
You
need to keep
you
it
can't.
pushing.
You need to let me finish this book. That was my goal, to at least
I
finish
know.
the
No, I'm
book.
not saying that we should stop.
No,
I would
I'm kidding.
actually like I know that it's like a big goal, but I would love to finish the book I'm reading tonight. I think that would be
Yeah.
awesome. So yeah, that would be
I mean, you can always like I don't know, watch a YouTube video or something during a spring to let also have a break.
give my brain a little bit
Yeah.
of a break.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
we
yeah.
have that. I remember there was a video game I played where one of the bots you had to defeat them by throwing balls of yarn at them.
Oh,
That's
that's
funny. Mhm.
cute. Yeah, Linda and Michelle are talking about knitting too, which is awesome. I
Oh,
love that you guys
nice.
are
That's
sharing some
nice.
details about your crafting, which is super cool.
Yes. Yes.
Um, all
And
right. I'm good. Sorry.
no, go ahead. But
Oh, I was just gonna say that I was gonna hit start. So if there was
yeah.
something else you wanted to say, go for it.
No,
No? Okay.
we're ready.
Awesome sauce. Well, good luck, y'all. 45 more minutes. You've got this. Happy reading and or crafting.
Welcome back.
Hello, hello.
What have you read? What have you done in the past time? Let me know. I have I have like 20 minutes left of this book. I've like
Hey.
I've like 2 chapters to read. That's what I have left. Like 30 pages. So next sprint definitely will finish. Um yes. And
Nice.
honestly, it's just a fun, easy time, easy read. What about you?
I'm doing well. So my book I'm at,
Uh-huh.
oh, at about 70%. It's starting to drag a little bit
Uh-huh.
for me. And I'm starting to like lose the plot a little bit, which is
Aww.
not good. Usually that's a like, okay, Angela, time to DNF
Mm-hmm.
signal. But also, I'm so close to the end that it doesn't feel worth it to DNF it. I'd rather
Mm-hmm.
just. Um,
Yeah.
oh, I just got
This.
a text from some of my coworkers. Everyone except for like the city that I work in. So all of the surrounding school districts have closed for tomorrow, except for
For you.
us.
Oh
Um,
no.
so it's possible that we'll have another snow day tomorrow, which would be
Oh.
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust that though. It doesn't look like it's actually going to snow very much. I guess they're
Yeah.
closing for like reasons of iciness. But
Mm.
anyway, just putting that out there that tomorrow might be another open day for me. Sorry I got distracted. But
No, no.
what was I
You're good.
saying? Clementine, do you remember what I was saying before I got that text
I think
message?
you were talking about your book.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's
The vibes are the same. I'm honestly surprised that this book was like super popular
mm.
when it came out because it really just doesn't feel good. But I guess it was kind of edgy when it
Mm.
came out. Like it makes sense that it would have been popular like with high school students, and it is YA, so like that
Sure.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry, I'll stop complaining now.
No, it's
Clementine,
okay.
are you still liking yours?
Oh yeah. I'm still having I think it's actually a lot more fun as you go along with this book. In the beginning it sounds, like okay, not great, but as you go, it's more and more fun, I would say. And I'm
Nice.
just waiting. Right now they were just on in a standoff and a hero just appeared. So I'm just
Mhm.
it's really the final scene, right? So I'm just waiting for how it will end. But like I think I'm really liking it.
Nice.
Scorpio is thanking us for the sprints. Well, we're really
Thank you,
happy to have
Scorpio.
a
Scorpio may have logged off, but
yes.
if you're still here, thank you.
Maria's asking if that will be our first finished book of the year. No, actually, I've read 2 books this year. Finished 2 books this year already. Well, one of them was a manga, and then the second one was the Spells for Forgetting, which was a 2.5 star, unfortunately. So I didn't really like it by Adrian Young. So this one would be my third finished book.
This is gonna sound awful. What I need you guys to know is that half of them have been audiobooks, and
Yes.
all of them have been relatively short. But this will be book 11 for me so far this year.
Wow. That's pretty good.
It is. We're starting the year off very well. And I've already, so like my goals this year were to like read down my physical TBR and things.
Mhm.
I've already read, let me look. I've already read a debut novel. I've already read a nonfiction. I've already read a physical book off of my TBR. I've already read something physically, like with my eyes instead of
Mm.
with my ears. I've already read something I owned. I've read one or two new authors who are different than me in some way. And then I've already finished one series. So I am doing amazingly. so far. A+ to me. Last year was a bad reading year for me. So I am excited that the first week of this year has been better.
That's great.
Yes.
Otherwise, Super Rouge finished the episodes in going 2021. I love this year of the variety show. It's so good. I wish I had more people to talk to about it.
Aw.
Aw.
Yeah. Have you checked to see if there's like a Reddit forum or something for it?
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like lots of people can find like little niche communities, and usually the smaller niche communities are more friendly than the bigger,
Yeah.
scary ones.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. True. Aw. I wish it were snowing where you lived if you love the snow. I would say I do like the snow. I wish something that I had magic to remove the snow from my car and the driveway so it would be easier to drive after the snow is out, right? Because it can be a little bit dicey in my parking lot sometimes, but like yeah.
Sure.
Otherwise I do like it. Linda is on chapter 7. Great job. And she likes crotcheting too.
Nice.
The disclaimer. Nice job, both of you. Well, I am happy also about my progress because both of
Yes.
these books were physical reads, and that was my big goal for me. Michelle read another 10% while still downloading work movies. You're still working, Michelle?
Still,
It's 6
Michelle. She
p.m.
did say she said she had to keep working until it was done. She did
Aw,
tell us that.
I'm so
Yes.
sorry, Michelle, for you. Linda saying congratulations. Thank you. Spurge. I'm sure there's a Reddit, but some of the threads on there I've seen for some K-pop group are very toxic, so I don't want to get involved with that. Yeah, that's really sad that that happens, and yeah, I'm sorry about that. It does seem pretty. I would also not want to get involved in that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll just have to introduce it to your friends and find some real life people in your community who you can be
Yeah.
like, love this thing.
Force it on
Oh
them.
goodness.
Oh, you can do like a sort of bargain with your friends, your real life friends. You can tell them, watch an episode of this, and I can watch an episode of something that you like or something else, you know. That way they can show
Mm,
you their kind of, and you can share your own kind of thing too. That could be something.
that's cute. Yeah, I didn't bother to gauge swatch this, so I'm making the headband right now. And I didn't bother to gauge swatch it. So I'm gonna stop here in a minute and just like count my stitches and see if I'm making gauge and if I need to rip back or not. But yeah, it's coming. We're doing it. We're doing the thing. Ah, goodness gracious. What a day, what a day.
I'm losing topics to talk about, I have to say. We've been sprinting for like 6 hours, so I don't know
Schools are
anymore.
closed tomorrow. It just came out. Schools are
It's
closed.
closed! Woo!
I don't have
Another snow day! Yay!
Yeah.
Another
This is
snow day,
so
people!
exciting.
Uh, it's true that we're not particularly prepared in Maryland for a lot of snow, and we've had a lot of snow, right? So.
I'm very excited.
Yeah. Ari says, yay.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the support.
Super says that she doesn't have any friends in her life and she has anxiety issues. She finds it hard to find friends because she's used to being betrayed. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's always hard to be betrayed by people who think are friends.
Yeah, that's a challenge. I wish you but like I wish upon you positive experiences this year since we're so
Yes.
so early in the year.
And
I hope that
I
things
agree
are
with
better.
Michelle, as you get older, especially after you have finished university and all those things, your schooling and you go in the job, it's very hard. It's much harder to find friends, right, in real life after that. And I
Yeah.
have to say, when I first moved where I'm living here in Maryland, it was really hard for me. And then I forced myself to go to this book club, and I was very stressed about that. Then I met Angela and I met Michelle, and we've been friends for more than a year now, and it's been awesome, honestly. So I really hope that you can find a group, right, for that. And it's just, just this little thing that you can try. Like, if you ever find
Mhm.
something, one thing I found was on this Meetup app, which is very nice because you can find events locally that happen in your area, and you can try to also search by things that you're interested in. So it could be a craft, it could be like a book club, or it could be like a game, kind of video game, or like a card game, board game kind of event.
The one of the interesting things about Meetup is you can also look at how many people have
Yes.
signed up. So if, like, big groups aren't your thing,
Yeah.
but also I totally understand that there can be a lot of anxiety around that. I
Yes.
actually, like, I started going to meetups because I, like, was talking to my therapist and being like, I just don't
Hmm.
feel very connected or whatever. And even though I was feeling this was right after COVID, or like
Yeah.
kind of during COVID, because we started meeting online. Even though I was feeling kind of anxious about the idea of, like, going to something where I didn't feel like I knew people, it was a really important, like, I guess, part of my growth as a person.
Hmm.
But yeah, everyone's at a different stage with stuff like that.
Yeah. And I can understand that it might be, especially if you have anxiety, to find it easier to
Yeah.
make friends online. I agree. Um, I did also have my therapist actually recommend me the Meetup app, and that's how I got into that. Because she told me, like, you need to find
Hey.
friends in real life and everything. And have you seen this like Meetup app? And you do like books and everything, so maybe you can find. And it took me a while to actually do it, but I had a therapist behind me telling me, like, did you do the thing? you know?
Well, thumbs up for therapy in that
Yes.
case. I didn't realize that
No,
our
no, that's
our
what.
friendship was
Yes.
completely contingent upon
Mm-hmm.
us both going to therapy. How fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Maria agrees too that it is hard to find friends in real life. I agree. So,
It does require you to kind of put yourself out there, which
yeah,
can be,
it does.
stressful. I think ultimately it's often worth it. But yeah, it can be hard.
Yeah, it can be. But I would say, like, yeah, if you can try to find like a small group on Meetup that, I don't know, meets for, I don't know, coffee or something to talk about, like, let's say manga or other things that you're interested in, maybe you could like just try it and try to branch out, and if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Um,
Local libraries might have some like groups, like lots of local libraries run like
mhm.
manga book clubs or graphic novel book clubs or
Yeah.
like those sorts of things. So if you're looking for something that's a little bit like safer and more like sanctioned,
Hmm.
um, then that could be a potential option for you, depending on where you live and, like, you know
Yeah.
all those things.
Yeah. And Michelle met she met you, Angela, online first online, and almost never went to in person.
But you
Uh,
did, and now we're friends.
and I didn't have the option to do online because when I first joined, it was when you had started to do it only in person again. So,
Yes.
um,
We were both online and in person for like a long time, but
mhm.
then, like, we were alternating, but it just became too much.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
A group on Meetup is good because they give you a topic to discuss instead of a normal awkward questions. Conversation. Yeah, I agree. Also, like, having like a common kind of hobby or, you know, interest can help you bond, and you have friends, but also like you can also have a sort of distance. I mean, we have a lot of people who join in a few times, right, for those book clubs, and I wouldn't say they're friends, but we have really interesting discussions about books. And sometimes also
Yeah.
it's, you know, that's also enough, right?
There's also
Oh,
something to be said for not like,
uh-huh.
putting too much stress on it, right? Like you
Yes.
can go to a
Sure.
meetup group or to a book club or something and have those people not become your very best friends who you're like
Yeah.
divulging
Yeah, yeah.
everything to, or
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
the most important people in your life. They can just be kind of casual acquaintances. And that can also be like really positive for
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Um, oh, you did have a D&D group. I'm sure there are some there could be some local kind of D&D also with Meetup that you can maybe find. Uh we are actually doing some D&D too with our book club
Yeah.
group actually now. Which
Yeah.
Angela kind of started. And we're really
Yeah.
grateful for, because I didn't used to
Yeah.
play at all D&D, and she introduced me to it. So,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And I don't know if, like, even if the group isn't happening, like the big group isn't happening anymore,
Hmm.
um, I don't know if you're able to reach out to some of those people individually if you found that to be really positive. Like I'm seeing your next
Oh,
your
yeah.
next
Hmm.
comment here. Um, that might be the start of something, or you
Yeah,
know maybe just getting back in touch and being like, hey, want to do a one shot? Want to do something little or go see a movie or something? Could be a
yeah,
good way to start.
yeah,
I do, Michelle. I infect you all with my nerdiness. I
yeah.
do. And I think it's been largely
You
positive.
transformed me into a dice goblin too. I didn't know I loved dice, and now I have so many sets of dice.
Yeah. That's
So,
just my positive influence at work.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
On
Oh,
this note, should we try and read again? Because
yes.
hey, I will finish my book next time. So, one
Woo,
more
go
book.
you.
And at least probably more
Yay.
than 2 stars. So that's a plus, right?
Success. Yeah, I'm gonna nab my ruler, I think, and measure this because I'm getting nervous
Hmm.
about whether it's too tight. It's
Oh,
starting to
sure.
feel a little bit better now, though, which is good.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if
Alrighty. Oh, go ahead.
now just you can start on that. I was just responding to
Yep.
our Super Rich last comment.
Mhm.
If you love D&D, yeah, try and do that for sure. And you know,
Yeah.
who knows, maybe there were also actually also sad, probably most of them, if you had fun, they probably also had fun, and they would be open to, you know, doing that again.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I have 45 minutes on the timer. Good luck, all. I believe in us. We can do productive, amazing things.
welcome back.
Hello, hello.
I just
How did you
finished my book.
do?
I
Woo,
listened to
yes.
a little bit of music to just continue a little bit of my blanket, since I was
Nice.
not about to start one of those very long babble pages, and I updated my notebook.
Yay, success. So as far as my book goes, my book has taken actually guessed the plot twist.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Yeah. I mean,
but I guessed it and I was like, no, it won't be that. That's too, like,
obvious.
I don't like that at all.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's not even obvious. It was just not good. It just wasn't a good choice.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, no, they won't do that. It's not a good choice. And then that's exactly what they did.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. So I found this to be frustrating. Also, it was just a frustrating 45 minutes for me. My gauge was bad. So then I ripped it out and went up a needle size or a hook size and tried again. And then that
Mm.
gauge was still bad. So then
Oh
I think that
no.
this is just working up as like a sport weight yarn instead of a like DK weight yarn. So then
Mm.
I gave up on that pattern. I was like, this pattern is not going to work for this yarn. And then I
I
was
see.
trying, I tested out if I maybe wanted to do Tunisian crochet for it, but I think it's eating the yarn too fast. I don't think I would have enough yarn to finish it. So I don't know what to do. I feel like I've tried so many things with this project. I think I just need to like put it away and not try to do any more right now.
Maybe.
And then like come back to this yarn once I've done some more thinking.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe.
yeah.
Maybe it's a good time to do that.
Because this has been
Yeah.
a frustrating experience.
And I think with your thoughts on Daughter of Smoke and Bone and the fact that you did love Strange the Dreamer, I think I might start with Strange the Dreamer. To be honest.
I mean, I certainly think it's more likely that you'll have success with Strange the
Yeah.
Dreamer.
I
It
mean, it's still
has
a YA.
been, I read Strange, yes, it is still YA, that's true. And I did read it, it was a pandemic book for me. So I read it like in 2021 or 2020 or 2020 or 2021.
Sure.
So it has been a little while, but I really liked it was very different.
Yeah.
And I really
Well,
appreciated it.
what I mean in YA, I don't mean bad, right? For anyone who loves YA and everything. It's
Right.
just that I mean that I haven't read as much YA in a few years for sure. And I think now what I've read, especially in fantasy, but now what I've read more like adult fantasy, that is a lot more, complex and a lot less, fun in some ways, right? Usually. I do have to set my expectations for like a YA and just a fun, and I think it's fun when I do that. It's just obviously I won't
I will
read
say
back to
Strange the
back
Dreamer
YA
was
all the time.
it's a pretty serious book. There's like
Mm,
a lot of trauma in Strange the
sure.
Dreamer. So
Yeah, but what I mean also is
yeah,
not only fun, but usually in a way also like the plot is more likely also to move forward like faster, even if the people also are going through things. It might also be glossed over sometimes or things like that. I mean, it depends on on the type, of course, but
yeah. I would be interested to hear your thoughts. It's
yeah.
definitely not a typical YA.
And that's what I've
Like
heard, and
it's
that's why also I'm willing to try it more than the Doctor of Smoke and Bone, which I've heard is more a little bit more.
yeah. I found it just to be like kind of annoying, but
Yeah,
I'm the one who's still reading it. I'm the one who's putting myself through that, so my fault. But at this
you could
point,
have DNF'd.
I know, but I'm 80% through. No. Okay. So, Maria, I'm 80% through. I'm so close. Um, I have 2.5 hours left of the audiobook. So, if we do two more sprints, I think I would finish.
Uh-huh.
Um, Clementine finished her book, and we were talking about Strange the Dreamer a little bit.
Yeah.
Um,
But
Yeah,
I obviously haven't finished the book that I did start off with, so I can continue
right.
now that I did
She finished
a sort of
Dreadful.
break. Obviously, I was not going to finish this 500 tome about like very heavily political fantasy and historical fantasy and focused on language, right? I read like 20, 30 pages per sprint of this one. So,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, but that's okay.
certainly. Ah, and Maria, you also would have you can scrub back for this, but I also had a very frustrating crochet update. I'm so frustrated. So I don't even know what I'm gonna craft during the next sprint. Maybe I'll
Do you
embroider
want to
some
hear
more.
good news though? I'm like 10 rows away or so from finishing. Although I do have a
Mhm.
whole border that I want to do after that. And I don't know what type of border I want to do, so that's gonna be another question. It's not a 2-day problem.
That's fun though. Yes, that's super
Yes.
fun. So Maria mentioned that. Yes, 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 yes. Frustration all around. DNFing is not in my goals because I DNF really easily. I DNF a lot. It might not look like it on sprints here, but when I'm not on sprints, I DNF really often. So, um, some of my goals though are like to read books I own and all of those things. And if I don't finish it, I'm not counting it towards those goals. So I'm this one I would actually really like to finish. Because for most of those goals, it makes sense not to count it toward a goal if I'm not finishing it. For the books, reading books I own, maybe it does make more sense for that. But like, it doesn't make sense for me to count that I tried an author that's different from me if I didn't finish their book, right? At least for me personally, it doesn't make sense to count that. Um, yeah,
I would
but no
personally
judgment.
count it if it's an actual DNF. Of course, if it's like a DNF, oh, it's not a right now kind of book, and I want to try again, I would not. But if I make a very good attempt and I'm like, it's really not for me, I would still count it towards my goals. I don't count it towards my reading goal, like my overall kind of number of books read, but I do count it sometimes in terms of uh,
Yeah, I think that's a judgment call. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you,
Yep. It is
Linda.
beautiful.
It does look better on camera than in person. I see all the problems in detail, but that's okay. It's homemade, that's why it's not perfect. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, keyword is tried. I agree. Um, Especially if you read more like 50% and then you're DNFing, it's usually not because you're not in the mood, it's because you really did an attempt and it's not for you, right? So,
Yeah. Like I said, I think that that's a judgment call.
yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
And totally up to you if you want to. So, yeah. Also, at some point, if we do continue sprinting, I will have to get back to the gods below because I do have to read a sizable number of pages for tomorrow. So I think 60 or 70 pages of that. So, um,
I am fully in support of you jumping around to whatever books are most productive for you.
I can do one more sprint of this one, mostly because I feel like so close to reaching at least page 100, it would be satisfying to reach 20% of this book
Mhm.
in one day,
Yeah.
because it would make like a good dent in there. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Maria, I hope that the ending of this book, with Maria's next comment, I hope that the ending of it is not something I like. Like, I really hope it falls flat because I do not want to feel like I want to read the next book in this series. I want to feel like, yep, stopping here is the correct Angela choice. Um,
yeah. I guess that would be the worst because like if it's not something you do enjoy too much, but it's like a cliffhanger, you would still be able to do say because it's very popular. Oh, I go for spoilers just to know where it goes. But if it's something that's like making you interested, then it's like, oh, dang it. I
yeah,
remember
no,
when
I
I
don't want
was
that.
reading. when I was reading, Jennifer L. Armentrout, like the From Blood and Ash kind of series,
Yes.
every time she did this at the end of a book, she was like this cliffhanger, and I felt that I needed because it was finally something moving, finally something interesting. And then
Yeah.
in the third book, I was like, no, it's too much of like nothing happening. I'm not, and I finally stopped. But I
Yeah.
did.
And I already got to I think one of the big plot twists at about like 75% of the way through.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like I mentioned earlier, it's not something that I enjoy. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Linda's making progress though.
Yeah.
She's at
Chapter
chapter 9
9.
now.
So
I think
two
she was at chapter
chapters.
7 earlier. So
Yeah.
woo.
And oh, Maria did read Doctor of Smoke and Bone.
Yeah. She was saying that earlier that
But
she
she
read
didn't
it,
continue.
but didn't
Mm-hmm.
continue on with the
Mm-hmm.
series.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think my vibes assessment was similar to her vibes assessment earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a little bit too dark.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Oh, Atlas is looking up at me with the most pathetic little eyes.
He
He's
needs
just
to
like a
get out,
snuggly,
or
cuddly. No, we just went out not super recently, but
okay.
I guess around 4 o'clock, so it has been a little while. But no, he's just sleeping. Well, he was sleeping until I picked him up. No, he was awake. I did not wake him up for this,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
he's just cuddling,
Sure.
which I appreciate. I love the cuddles. Thank you. uh, thank you.
How do you
But
feel about this evening? Because obviously we've been sprinting for the whole day. You're just wanting to finish the book, and then we end the sprints when you finish, or do you want us to do something
I'm
else?
fine either way, as long, especially since I don't have work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm fine with whatever. We could go for as long as you want. I'm fine either way. If I had to work tomorrow, I'd probably be like, you know what, let's stop so that I can
Mm-hmm.
like pack my lunch and take a
Sure.
shower and be productive and like. But I don't need to do those things because I don't have to leave
Mm-hmm.
the house tomorrow.
True. Aw. Thank you for the Atlas love, everybody.
Yes. He's our little, for those of you who are new
Mm-hmm.
today, he's our little mascot. He keeps us
Yes,
going. He makes us smile.
he
He gives us
does.
love. Yeah.
Um, I don't know how people feel online about sprinting a bit some more. I'm okay with that. I might at some point give myself a sprint where I don't read as much because I've been reading a bit more physically than you, and I've been a little bit, but like,
No, as you should. I also took
yeah,
like a little mini break during that last one to watch a Tunisian crochet tutorial or whatever. So, no pressure, no
yeah,
pressure from me.
oh,
Um,
definitely,
and for folks who are watching, I'm pretty sure they know that they can pop in or out as much as they need to. Um, but Maria will still be here. So thanks, Maria.
thanks, Maria. Although she's on the West Coast, so she's like 3 hours behind.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So, alrighty. Yeah, yeah. I'm at 80%. I've been reading an average of 10% each sprint. So 45 minutes is great for me because
yeah.
it's the perfect length. Um,
Well, I mean, for me too, chapters are pretty. I mean, they're not long because they're like 10 to 15 pages, but also I read about a little bit more than that in the sprint, so so it's also good.
mhm,
Yeah.
perfect. I'm still feeling bummed. I'm not sure exactly what to like do with myself during this sprint, but I'll figure something out. I'll figure
You
something
can switch crafts, maybe. Maybe that's a
out.
thing to do.
Yeah, I was enjoying the act of crocheting, but it's just not working out for me. So
Do you have one of
I
those other longer projects that you were in the middle of?
I do, but I don't wanna.
I don't know what to tell you.
I know. Maybe I'll make another soap sack during this one.
Yeah, or maybe you can start a smaller project. I have this smaller project to finish a scarf with a, this kind of bigger kind of yarn thing that I also have to finish at some point. But I do want to finish the blanket first, and I
Well,
will be here.
sorry,
No, no, go ahead.
the smaller project that I want to start that's like a project for me with like yarn that I bought is brioche knitting, which I don't know how to do. So I would have to teach myself something.
Oh.
So I don't want to teach myself something new while I'm trying to listen to this book. So I think
That's
Maria's
why.
right. I
Yeah.
think it's going to be another soap sack. Woo!
Hey, they will be happy at the shelter for the extra
Yes,
soap sacks.
it will be good. Alrighty. Good luck, all. Happy reading / crafting / working.
Good luck. Welcome back. Let
Hello,
us know what
hello.
you did during those sprints. I have read 25 pages or so of Babel. I still don't know how to pronounce it because I thought Babel was the UK pronunciation, but the
Mhm.
audiobook is saying Babel. So I don't know anymore.
Yeah. The
I,
audiobook says Babel. I've always heard like the Tower of Babel.
mhm.
But then when I listened to the audiobook, I started calling it Babel. But then I was talking about it with people who I knew, and everyone called it Babel. So I've just like kind of gone back and forth. I was
I don't
looking
know.
for a crochet. I don't think it actually matters. I was looking for a crochet pattern, and I swear I like started and stopped so many times, but I've decided to do these little like knit stitch stripes
Aw, that is
um
cute.
on this one.
That's
Thank
cute.
you.
That's very cute.
So it's only halfway done, but
Mhm.
that's because I did it and then undid it and then did it and then undid it and then
Yeah,
did
yeah.
it.
So I did read
I'm at
25
89%.
pages. Ooh, 89%. That's nice. So you're on your way to finishing next sprint. I
Like
did
I will finish in our next.
yeah, for me, I only read like I think 30 minutes of a sprint and then I stopped because I think my brain is fried from reading physically. So I will switch to the other book for the next sprint because it's fine in audio. And I need to read it anyway for my buddy read. So 23 pages into how to score at a crime scene.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is, I think, the local author that Michelle got a book from. Michelle,
Oh,
correct me if I'm wrong. And if it is a local
mm,
author, go ahead and put their name in
mhm,
the chat so that others who are listening can maybe find them. We love to support like small indie um, authors and
definitely.
creators.
Definitely. But that also means that is she finished with her video watching or is she still reading within?
It seems
'Cause if
it
it's
seems to me like we're not working anymore, and like Michelle is
because
reading.
if it's a
Woo!
local indie author, then it should probably be physical read, so it means she's done with video, which is exciting.
Yeah, I
And she
think
said
so.
yes, that
I
it's
think
a local.
Yay, success. And if anyone else is listening and wants to share with us so that we
Yeah.
can celebrate you and your progress and whatever you're working on or doing or participating in, please let us know.
Yeah.
Yes, so the author's name is Emmett Bryce. I met
Mhm.
them with Michelle at Balticon. Oh,
Yeah.
we both clicked at the same time. There we go.
Mhm.
And they were super sweet. They also like sell dice trays and like little pencil pouches
Mm.
and things. They have a small indie business, so highly recommend you check them out.
And yes,
And
she's
Michelle,
done for
for
the
the night.
night.
Yay! Congrats, Michelle. We are happy for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are. Uh, So I'm yawning not because I'm tired, but I think I'm getting a little bit hungry. So I think next sprint is going to be a little bit of a dinner and
Uh,
not reading for me
I
too much.
fully
But
support you in that. I do.
uh,
Those-
and
I don't know what she means by B, which is why I didn't pull this comment up.
yeah.
But yeah, ooh, Linda's
Woo!
here. Linda's on
Chapter
chapter
10.
10. Woo! Yes, because Robin McKinley is amazing. She is. You've got to tell me which three books you found. I really liked Chalice when I read it. Chalice Beauty. There's like a book of short stories that she wrote, like three short fairy tales. That one might be my least favorite by her. I think that was like Through the Garden Hedge or Door in the Hedge or something like that, which it was still good. I still had a good time, but because they were so short, I think I struggled with it a little bit
Mm-hmm.
more.
Mm-hmm.
She has one called Sunshine, which is sitting on my bookshelf downstairs. I really need to read it, but it seems like it's like vampire, like slightly horror situation, and so it makes me nervous to try that one because it's
Yeah,
just so different from the rest of her stuff. But
sure.
yeah,
I also have some issues with short stories sometimes because like already novellas, but like short stories even more because they're so short, right? Um,
yeah. Absolutely. Michelle said that the book she's reading, which is How to Score at a Crime Scene, is a queer paranormal murder mystery set in Baltimore, which is, it sounds like amazing to me. I think if there was an audiobook, I probably would have already read it. But the last time I checked, Emmett hadn't commissioned one yet because they're a small author. So,
Yeah.
goodness gracious.
Is it
I
sacrilegious?
can't believe it's 8 o'clock. Sorry?
Is it sacrilegious to say that if they have an ebook, you could ask your phone to read it for you, like
I
Google?
hate that voice. I
Yeah,
hate
I
the
know. I
electronic.
know, but like that would be a
No,
kind of solution.
no,
I know it
no.
would not be fair if you really like not into the
Yeah.
it's
No, it wouldn't be fair to the book. I wouldn't like
no
it. Like I
no
wouldn't
no.
have an enjoyable time.
I think I also would have a very hard time too. That's why I usually don't. No audio yet.
Yeah.
Michelle, you just have to do it, or you, Angela. Don't ask me because my accent would like mess it up.
Dragon Haven and Not in the Grain. So I actually haven't read any of those. So Linda, I hope you read them. I hope you love them. And then I hope you come back and tell us all about them so that
Yeah.
I know which one to read
Mhm.
next. Sounds awesome.
Oh, there's no ebook either. So yeah, you guys have to do an audiobook. You can offer to do an audiobook for it.
No, again, that would tank their ratings. You need a professional audiobook person to do audiobooks. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all right. At this point in the day, these breaks are kind of hard for me because I'm like, oh, it feels like we've already talked about all of the things. I don't even know what else to chat about at this
Oh,
time. So if anyone has any questions or discussion topics, or if you're like feeling anything about your books or whatever in the chat, please let us know
mhm.
just to give us something to chat about. But what were you saying, Clementine?
I was saying that I was promising that we could look at some of my books so you could decide or not. But like I I will get out a little bit
Like
to grab
give
some
you
of
some
them.
feedback on. So for context, in case you didn't hear earlier, Clementine is moving within the next 2 months.
Yes.
And she doesn't want to take all of her books with her. So she just needs to pare down her collection a little bit, not extremely. My understanding is that she'll be using some sort of like storage solution. So she
Yeah,
doesn't have to like totally unhaul everything, but you don't want to move with stuff if you're not going to like it anyway. Maria, welcome back.
but
So excited to see you.
that's a lot.
Oh, goodness. Clementine. All right. Well, when you situate yourself, we have a new person here with us today.
Ooh,
Brooklyn Reads.
hi.
Welcome. I'm so excited that you're here. If you're currently reading something, let us know.
But
We always
yes, I
love to tell
have
people
to
know.
answer their question. Yes, I am
Mhm,
I am enjoying Babel. It's
mhm.
just my brain right now is a little bit fried and I do want to make it justice, so I will switch to another book, but I'll return to it for sure in the coming days. And welcome.
Yeah.
Um,
We're doing an Angela Reads a whole book on
yes.
Sprints
And
Day.
she's nearly there.
We're one sprint away from the end. So
It's just
I'm
okay.
I'm excited
Our
for that.
initial tryout was to both finish our books, but I drew Babel, which is really big. So,
It's a hard one.
yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a challenge.
Brooklyn Reed says reading tandem reading Zodiac Academy 8 and 8.5 at the moment. Whoa, you're well into the series.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I heard they get
Yes.
better after book 3 or so. The writing, I think. I'm not really much into the bully romance, I think, so I didn't get into reading this, but fully support your journey, and you're obviously loving it.
As long as we are reading things that bring
Yeah.
us joy,
Yes.
that is
So
the
I'm starting
priority.
with
Okay.
with a very
Well,
difficult
you know my
question.
thoughts,
Yes.
Clementine.
So this
Oh, yep.
yes.
So as Clementine is going through these, put in the
Yeah.
chat if you have any feedback on whether she should keep them and read them
Yeah.
or whether they're
Exactly.
okay to pass on.
So Lies of Locke Lamora, which I'm
Uh-huh.
optimistic but also scared because I know
You
for
might like
some,
it more than I did.
yeah, I'm probably would like it more than you did, but the question is,
I
will
agree.
I still like it enough to try? This one was a bit of a blind pick. I saw it in a bookstore.
Mhm.
Fractured Infinity is supposed to be like a sci-fi gay love story.
Mhm.
Uh, but also, I don't know. There's a top secret research facility in a parallel universe. So it could be good, but it could be weird, and I don't know if anybody has
That
read
sounds
it.
interesting and fun to me. Before you move on, though,
Yeah.
it looks like you might have a buddy reading partner in Maria if you decide to pick up Locke.
And we hadn't decided our next buddy read with Maria, so that could be
Maria
it.
Clementine.
And we
Look
could
at
read
this.
it until it pisses us off if it does, and then we DNF. Because we are
And
usually,
Maria's been super supportive of DNFing today. So
yeah,
I think she would encourage you to DNF if you were
yeah,
disliking it.
yeah.
So
I appreciate. Okay, Mario, just let me know. Next one is Colorbound, The Colorbound by Rebecca Zahavi,
hmm
which is like a pure kind of fantasy. And it's not that big. A lot of people said that it's basically this whole book is a setting, but I'm a bit more hesitant because a lot of people like this one, but then they read the second one and they said that it's not that much more. They didn't get many more answers after that one. So I don't
Mm.
know. Uh,
I haven't heard of that one, so I don't know enough, I think, about that one to give any feedback.
ooh, yes.
Maria
For
and
the Lives of Lamora,
Clementine.
I'm assuming. So I will
Yeah.
put it just there so I can remind you if you don't contact me so we can figure it out. Oh, the sequel was a disappointing DNF. Oh. Yeah.
That's sad.
Okay. Unhaul
Look
then.
at us influencing Clementine's behavior.
Well, I mean,
You can really do some damage here, friends.
well, Maria especially, because we've known each other for a while now with Maria, and we really have extremely similar taste. We've seen that there
I
are a few exceptions in a few instances, but like for things like that, just, general kind of fantasy, it's very similar. So,
we
uh,
trust Maria's.
yes, exactly. Then we have Hounded by Kevin Hearn, which is the beginning of the Iron Druid Chronicles, which is like, it's not the big book, but it's like 9 or 10 book series or whatever.
Mm.
But it is supposed to be a kind of fun fantasy ish book. So I think I do want to try it
I like
still.
the cover. It's really cute.
I think it's a
And does it have
really,
a dog in it? Is there an animal companion that's a dog?
yeah, there is a dog on there, I think.
Aw.
Which is one of the things that did interest me. And it does like, it says like Atticus is the last of the ancient druids. He has been on the run for more than 2,000 years and he's tired of it. The Irish gods who want to kill him are after an enchanted sword he stole in a first century battle. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I especially
He
if
has
it's
a,
short, I would at least give it a shot.
uh-huh. So apparently his
I think the
lawyer,
cover does more for me than did.
yeah,
Sorry.
his lawyer is literally a blood-sucking vampire, and he has a loyal Irish wolfhound with opinions about poodles. So it's an animal companion who we can talk with? Yeah, okay.
I love that. I love that.
I
It
do
sounds kind of
too.
funny too, or at least like it's
Yeah,
trying to be funny. Yeah.
yeah.
You
I
need more
think that,
lighthearted reads on your shelf.
yeah, I do.
Oh, so this one I have not read. However, this is Ancillary Justice by Anne
Yes.
Leckie. Liz from Book Club, Clementine, read
Yeah.
Ancillary Justice and recommended it to me.
Yeah.
She really loves this.
No,
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of good things about the sci-fi, and I am very intrigued about it. I do want to try it. Also, mostly because it's sci-fi, but also it's a woman, so yay for more representation and reading and
Representation.
writing.
Woo.
Then there's this one. This one I'm on the fence, but mostly because it is a humorous kind of book. It's supposed to be, right? The
Yeah.
humorous part is what brought me to it, but I'm a bit hesitant because it is the a sort of Jurassic Park kind of fun, little quirk. Essentially, it's this guy that answers an ad. This person, I don't know if it's a guy or whatever. Anyway, it's a person that answers an ad for a job, and he gets stuck in this kind of Jurassic Park world, and has to basically, like, feed the monsters in there and all those things, and he doesn't really know what's happening. Um,
Right.
but so I did want to try John Scalzi because I think that humor could work for me, but I'm also not sure. So that one I don't think is a DNF, is a on haul, but like I do want to try it. Then
Yeah.
there's this one, Behind the Throne by KB Wagers. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know who recommended it to me, to be honest. This one.
Clementine.
Yeah, I know.
You own
I know.
some.
It's an action-packed series with a heroine as rebellious as Han Solo, as savvy as Leia, and as skilled as Rey. Oh wow, wash. Oof. So it's a sci-fi,
Is
but
it
with some like guns and stuff,
is that
and like
indie published? It's got
no,
to be
it's
indie
Orbit.
published, right?
It's Orbit.
And the description just has a bunch of Star Wars references
No,
in
no,
it.
no, no, no. It says Hale Bristol has made a name for herself in the galaxy for everything except what she was born to do, rule the Indranian Empire. When she's dragged back to her home planet to take her rightful place as the only remaining heir, she finds that trading her ship for a palace is her most dangerous more yet.
Gotcha. Maria said she didn't like that one, but Emma loves it.
Might be. Might be it. Might be it.
Especially if you don't remember your motivation for picking it up. It sounds like a good like candidate for a potential unhaul.
It's a good candidate, but I do think I want to try at least a chapter or two, maybe. But I will put it on the top of a pile to try it. But yeah. Then there's Scythe by Neil Schusterman, which,
Yeah.
I'm interested because it's very well known, and I have liked a fair share of, sci-fi kind of dystopian, utopian kind of books, but also it's YA, so I think I might be past it too. So I don't know.
I mean, the positive is that all the books are out, and at least some of the people who I haven't,
Yeah,
I'm not interested in reading sites, so I haven't been super paying attention.
sure,
But I've seen several like really positive reviews of the later books in the series,
sure.
mainly from older readers. Like one of my college professors finished
Mm-hmm.
the series and
Mm-hmm.
loved it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I also, it is like another series to add, and it is YA,
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm. And we have the Thief, another Way.
I love
I
Shay.
think before it was Way, Megan Welland Turner.
Yeah. I think Linda's referring to Scythe. Have it,
Yeah,
but have not read it yet.
probably because it was way too fast
So
to talk about
popular.
this one. Have you read this one, Angela?
I started it twice.
Mm-hmm.
I still count it as being on my pile of shame.
Okay.
I don't know if it officially is on like Storygraph if I had it on my return to this shelf, but I do eventually want to get back to it.
I know it is, Maria. That's why I have it. And that's why I will still try it, I think. But it is on the things I'm on the fence because it's a YA, and I know it's your fave, but also you've read it a while ago, so also it's maybe I'm a bit too old to start it and read it. Then there's an older one. Oh, interesting.
It's so different. Oh, really?
You do have to
Oh,
get the
see,
book.
usually that's the sort of comment that turns me off of a book and makes me not want to read it.
Well, I mean, okay, it's a. You could argue that this is half of a book because it is only 279 pages, and there are books that are well over 500 pages, right?
That's true.
She says book 2 stops being YA for sure adults. That's interesting to me and to know. We have Timeline by Michael Crichton, I think. I think he's the one who.
Oh, see, that's the author of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not interested in Jurassic Park. But this one is apparently this guy from our present that gets stuck in medieval England, and it's supposed to be kind of funny in some ways. I'm very scared because it is an older kind of fantasy one, but I do want to try it. But I don't know, which is why
Yeah.
it's on this pile. Then we have the Wolf of Oraniaro by K.S.
Mhm.
Veloso. I've heard people loving it, but I've also heard people not gelling with it, so I don't know.
It's on my TBR.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I know
I
it
don't
is on
have
your
any
TBR.
immediate feedback for you.
Yeah. And I don't know if, like, with the people that I've heard of, um, oh, interesting, Michelle. Most of his books aren't like Jurassic Park. I think mostly it's Jurassic Park because I'm not too much into the dinosaur kind of thing. I mean, it's not that I hate dinosaurs or story with dinosaurs. It's that I would not read a story uh because of dinosaurs, right? I would not. Oh, you hated wolves.
Oh no.
No, Maria. That's why. That's why.
That's a
No,
good thing.
it's a
Yeah.
good thing. It's just that I've heard I got it because I've heard a lot of people loving it, right? And I got it when I didn't know too much my taste in fantasy. Then I haven't picked it up, and since then I've heard a bunch of people online who can have similar taste and had issues with it. So it's a good confirmation, and I probably will unhaul it. Thank you. And it's not too much negative. It's only two so far.
Yeah, The Thief got a positive
Yeah.
rating.
So oh, it made Maria rage. Least favorite book of 2023.
Oh
Yeah,
goodness. Wow.
no. I will not put myself through that then. Thank you. And Michelle says that she's liked all the Michael Crichton books that she's read. So I will try it. I will try it then. I will. Um, oh, we have two left. Hey. Iron Widow
Okay.
by Jiren J. Zhao.
The second one just came out, so it's a completed
Yes.
duology.
Yes,
So
it
that's
is.
a mark of the yes direction.
Yes, it is. Um, so that's one also that I will not unhaul it without reading it because I actually asked for a NetGalley arc of it and it came out. When did it come out? And I haven't read it.
A long time ago, several
Yeah,
years,
I know.
like probably 2023.
It came out in 2021. So
Oh,
So I haven't read this in 3 years, and so I really need to read it, right? Because I got an advanced reader copy too. So, here's
you
my
need to
guilt.
at least try it. Yep.
Uh,
Oh, Maria said it. I was under the impression it was a duology, so I guess I am
but she did
uninformed.
like it, so yay.
Yeah,
And the last one
that's
is
good.
Fate of Dragons.
Just one more thought
Yes.
about Iron
Yep.
Widow. One of my coworkers at my previous job, I don't know that you've met him, but he and I read a lot.
Sure.
And we would talk to each other about books, and he read Iron Widow and did not have a great time. It was very quick, like it was a fast read, so I
Yeah.
don't think that it's gonna like slow you down, or like I don't
No,
think you're gonna end up reading about it, but he
that's
didn't love
totally
it.
true.
Yeah.
I do think I'm fairly interested about the concept of this kind of sci-fi, like kind of what do they compare it with? I think they compare it with like this movie, right? Where they create this like robot kind of like things to.
Yeah, it's like a mech suit situation, but
Yeah,
they work together to pilot it.
yeah.
Um,
And Linda wants to read that one. Well, let me know if you want a buddy read. Because, yeah, I'm trying to do it. Pacific Rim. Yes, thank you, Maria. That's the one that people compare it to.
Gotcha. I don't know enough about Pacific Rim to make any
I
comparisons.
yeah, I saw the movie mostly because my uncle loves those kind of adventure or with a little bit of a horror element in them sometimes,
Gotcha.
kind of monster battling kind of thing. Um, and the last one is The Rage of Dragons by Evan Winter. I think I would love the setting, but I'm a bit worried because I might think it's too fast in terms of plot and too much battle kind of training combat scene. I think that's my main concern with that one.
It's up my alley. I started it and I was liking it, and I soft DNF'd it. It's on my pile of shame. I know I need to get back to it.
Yeah. So anyway,
So that's what, two definite no's, and then some
yes,
mediums and some
that's
yeses.
soon definite no's. Then I think I made some choices that I think these are probably the first ones I should pick up. Well, this one I should pick up first. But these two mostly because I need to figure out because it's the ones I'm on the fence the most about, I think.
Yeah.
Um, about DNFing a chapter into it or something. This one I will try the whole thing because Maria loves it, and if she does, I should enjoy it at some point. Maybe this one after Scythe. Sorry for people if you don't like it.
No, that's okay.
It's me doing this
I
whole
think
thing
some of this
online.
one, that one is getting lost because we can't see everything that you're talking about, but we totally support you in your unhauling journey. We
I'm
um
just trying to put them in a sort of order that I would like to try them in so that, I can get to some of them kind of in. There, there, there. This. Okay. Before they
success.
fall. Maybe we should go into another sprint unless somebody else has anything else to say about these books, but I think we've been chatting for a while.
We have been chatting for a while. I think
Um,
another sprint would be
yeah.
great. 45 minutes would be like, I'll finish with maybe 5 or 6 minutes to spare, which would be perfect for me.
Great.
Awesome. Options.
And I will disappear to get some dinner and put these books
As you
back
should. Good.
before they fall.
Sounds great. Awesome. Alrighty. Here's our little kitty timer, and good luck, all. Hello, hello.
Welcome back. So, have you?
Yeah, I'm done. Woo! Success.
Woo!
Yeah, so I I got to the end. I see what Maria was saying about like wanting to know what I thought about the end.
Uh-huh.
Um, it honestly didn't feel like all that much of a twist. Maybe because I read the whole book in one day.
Uh-huh.
Because like I think the indications were very clear at the beginning what was going on. So then,
Hmm.
like, if you forgot about it as you were reading, then I think the end would have had a lot of impact. But since
Uh-huh.
I didn't forget about it, it did not
Sure.
have much
Sure,
impact
sure,
for
sure.
me. It was also just like, it was a depressing book, man. It's just kind of
Aw.
dark,
But yes,
which is
a
sad.
round of applause for
But also,
Angela.
yes, celebrations.
She finished one of her books. I'm only 20% in mine, so we'll see. I'll have to report next week because I think my goal is to read it, in the coming week, and we can talk about it next week on Monday when we
Beautiful.
try to have sprints. But I did read. I did have dinner, and then I read 20 pages of The Gods Below by Andrea Stewart.
Nice.
So which is a new fantasy series from the same author that wrote the Bone Shard Daughter. I mean, it's the Drowning Empire, but like everybody knows the first book more. And it's very interesting in terms of the magic system because it's this world where the gods used to live in the center of the earth, which I mean the Earth, the planet that you're in, because we don't really know, because that
Sure.
planet seems to be like a bit different because they refer to the center of the planet as like a star where the gods used to be there, and they refer to this shattering, which essentially like the humans overuse the resources. There were these trees that would like produce some magic, and it basically made the world completely desertic. And one of the gods is said to have rebelled against the others and saying like, I have an idea of like helping out, and the other gods were saying, no, we don't want to help. But also like there is like some hints because there is a point of view in the past. So I don't know exactly if that's exactly what happened or if we're just told about that. But essentially, so this Claude Cluen is like he's restoring kingdom by kingdom, as he goes. And so this story is like set like nearly 600 years after this first events, right? But when he restores a world, it kills off about half of the people, and the other half is what they call altered. So they have either like fur or like they have new powers, but they're also like kind of animalistic. Some of them have like like wings and all those things. And just I know Linda is. You're
Bye, Linda.
welcome.
Have a good night. It
Have
was
a
so
good
good
night.
meeting you virtually. Yes.
And so it's really interesting the idea because like essentially the as every kingdom that gets it restored after that they introduce these dens and there's this religion and they're like very religious completely for Cluen, and they are still like basically they're taking all of the gems, which the gem on the cover, so they're taking all the gems from other kingdoms and getting them to Cluen, and apparently you can imbue them with power, which they call the and but it's really interesting in terms of the politics, in terms of all this, because like there's another person who is in another world that is not restored, and she can actually use those gems, and they do get powers from them. So it's very interesting, and there's a lot of questions that I have. There's some theories that I have, but there's still like a lot of things unanswered. I do like this author for like the unique kind of magic system and the um questions she poses all the time. She is very good also at writing, strong female characters. So I do enjoy it, and I did enjoy her previous series, The Bone Shard Daughter. I think it's a good one if you wanted to try. Anyway,
Yeah.
but yeah, and
Makes sense.
I'm a
Awesome.
good way into it, so I'm like 2/3 of the way into it. So
Oh, nice. That's a lot
and
of progress.
yeah, no, and it's the first in a new trilogy. So I think she mentioned in this that it is a trilogy for her too, like the other one was. The second one has not been announced, but also this one came out like I think last November, because I just got it in a special. This is a special edition, so I got it, but recently. So I'm actually happy to get to it sooner rather than later, for once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, good for you. That's awesome. And I'm so glad that you're loving it. If anyone else accomplished anything during the previous sprint, let us know.
Let us
We would
know.
love to celebrate you. Maria says that her worlds are always so cool.
They are like the her other world with the bone shard daughter was really interesting. Like the concept of like this world that is mostly islands with a lot of water, I really liked. And the idea of like having constructs made of bone and that you can use bone to do magic is really cool too. And actually the reveals behind that, because I was really not expecting a few of those twists. I was not seeing, like at the end of a first book, for example, there's a huge kind of twist in there that you realize, and you realize that there were some little kind of hints in there, but also like, so it's really good. I know a lot of people loved the first one and then they read the second one and they were like, oh, it's not as good as the first one. But I personally really enjoyed it, mostly also because at least like there are some characters in there that I really loved. And I did really enjoy the whole kind of world. And I think she did wrap up pretty well. I did. For me, it's a solid 4-star series, overall. So it's a really good one. And I do agree.
Yeah. Nice. After I finished Daughter of Smoke and Bone, I picked up and I have literally 10 minutes left in the audiobook for this like really cute little novella that I read most of yesterday. It's called Snowspelled. So it's
Okay.
in a series of these just like teeny tiny little novellas. They're each like 150 pages long,
Okay.
and they're just like cute, cozy, like I mean, there are stakes, so I wouldn't necessarily say cozy.
Yeah.
Basically, the premise of the world is that, like the norms in this world are that the men are the more emotional um, sex,
Okay.
so they're in charge of like magic in the world because that's an emotional thing, and then the women are more sensible, so they're in charge of all of the politics. So
Okay.
ideally, in order to be super successful in politics, you have to be married to a man who is good at magic. So like you're a team, right? Like a magic
Okay.
politics team.
Yeah.
But so there's a prequel novella which is really cute about this girl who um she wants to get into politics. So she's like about to be betrothed to this guy who she doesn't really like, but he's like good at magic, and she's like, well, gotta do what you gotta do, I suppose. And it's about her coming to realizations about what's actually important. And then the second, well, that was the prequel, which I do recommend you actually read. I
Uh-huh.
think it's called Spellswept. um and then Snowspelled, which is the first one in the actual series, is a little bit longer, and it's about her sister-in-law. So
Oh.
she like ends up with a guy, and that guy's sister, she wants to do magic, which is not supposed to be allowed in this
Oh.
world. So
Yeah.
she's like doing magic and things, and she does something dangerous with her magic and burns herself out, so
Mm.
she can't do magic anymore. Um, and so it's her kind of dealing with the loss of that,
Sure.
which is interesting. Anyway, it's cute. Highly recommend. That's Snow Spelled. And I'm super close to the end of the first one. I'll probably not go on to the second one right away.
Mm.
I'll probably save them as little like treats in between my
Mm.
bigger, heavier, more stressful books.
That sounds good. That sounds like fun.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I got this far on my uh, soap sack
Mhm.
for donation,
Nice.
but then my hand got tired,
Yeah.
so I took a break.
Makes sense.
I've done a lot of crocheting today.
Me
So.
too. I have 10 rows exactly to finish, so on my blankets.
Hey, that's so much progress though. That's like half of what you had left
I
to
know.
do.
Yep. Yeah.
I guess when we stream for 9.5 hours straight, you get some stuff done.
Exactly. Michelle read very little, but it's still a little bit. It's still right.
Yeah.
I read 20 pages of my buddy read, so I only have 50 pages to read until tomorrow, right?
And if all Michelle did was cuddle with her cats during that sprint, then like good
Yeah.
for you.
Then
Cat
good for
cuddles are
you.
important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clementine, how are you feeling? Do you want us to do like maybe one more round of sprints and then call it a night, or do you want us to call it here?
I think we could do one last set of sprints. I don't know how you feel. Maybe we could make it a little bit smaller for
Sure.
because we're getting a little bit tired. And also
Yeah.
because we didn't tell people online that it was going to be our last sprint, so at least people are aware
Yeah.
that this will be our last one. Um, and thank
Perfect.
you for
Sounds
joining us, everyone. So
good.
we
Yes.
still have one last sprint.
Yeah. So why don't we do, you think 30 minutes for this one?
Yeah, that should be
Okay.
fine.
Cool. So we'll do one final 30-minute sprint, and then we will be very proud of ourselves because we have had a very productive day.
Yes.
Success. All right. Happy reading, everyone. See you in 30 minutes. Hello, all. Welcome
Hello.
back. Oh, what a yawn. What
Yeah.
a yawn.
This is the 10-hour mark, yawn. I don't think
Wild.
we've ever done these long sprints for sure.
No, I mean, this was a special day.
It was.
This being a snow day and me being off work and everything, we set out to do a thing, and we did the thing.
Yeah.
So go us. Very proud. Um,
I did manage to read another 30 pages, so I'd call it
woo.
a win. And I do have about 30 pages left to read. Um, but we're usually talking around noon-ish, So I do have time to read them tomorrow, and I think I've read enough today, and I might just go to sleep and just do that. But thank you,
Yeah, that
Maria.
sounds very reasonable.
We are
I
proud.
I finished the last few minutes of Snow Spelled
Ooh,
too, so that
nice.
one's officially done. And yeah, I was trying to pick out what to read next, and just like struggling and
Mm.
just like scrolling through my TBR. I put a couple of books on hold at the library, but yeah, yeah, I'll figure it out. I guess probably in the morning where my brain
Mm.
is more
Mhm.
together. Yeah.
Ooh, you finished
Ooh.
Promise of Lies and checked off a trilogy. Wasn't a great ending, sadly. Oh,
Oh, sad.
I'm sorry. I don't remember what this one is.
Well, if you're doing Kayla's buzzword reading challenge, you also checked off the January prompt, because the January prompt is truth and lies, and I have like nothing on my
Mm.
TBR that is truth or lies. So
Oh, I know what this is. This is a Romantasy, the Kiss of Iron, the Claire Sager trilogy.
okay,
Uh,
gotcha. I am not familiar with that one, and
I've
I will
seen the
remain
cover.
unfamiliar because Maria didn't like it. So
She just said it wasn't a
perfect for
great
me.
ending, but like maybe it started off well, which is even worse in some ways. Because like if it starts off not great, right? You're like not expecting a whole lot, but if the
Right.
beginning is really strong and then it goes down, then it's always disappointing, right?
That is
And
disappointing.
Brooklyn Reads is still reading, and she's on her own sprint. They're on her own sprints. I don't know what the. I don't want to say anything. and I mean, I guess if they're still on sprints, you could head on over to Brooklyn Reads,
Yes,
since this was
absolutely.
our last sprint for us. Um, if anybody else wants to share their progress and what they did in the past sprints, let us know.
Yes.
Um, Otherwise, I think our plan was successful for today. I at
Absolutely.
least read 20% and you read finished the book. And I think our plan is to do at least one a month. I might do more simply because
And
I'm
just to clarify, to read one of the books from the bag a month, not do this like 10-hour sprint situation.
no, 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 no,
Once
no.
a
This
month.
was a snow day
Though it
stuff.
was very fun, and I would be open to doing it potentially again in the
Yeah,
future.
yeah,
Um, yeah,
definitely.
but I'll be drawing my next one next week because I finished mine this week.
Yeah,
So I like to get a good head start because I often peter out at the end of these challenges. So if
sure.
I start really strong now, then it
Yes.
sets me up for success.
That sounds good. And we'll see if I finish Babel by
Mhm.
next week, I might pick another one too because I'm also needing to get a head start on this because I'm moving in 2 months. So, it's
Yeah,
a it's a good plan too.
yeah, good stuff. And Maria, I wish I could.
Ooh,
I wish that that's the way that readathons worked. That would be great,
yeah.
and I would be happy. But that's okay. I'm not gonna. Sad. At first, I was like, "Oh, maybe I can read this one if
Mm.
Maria thought it was okay." But I'm not reading a whole trilogy just to get to the one that has lies in the title. Um,
I'm trying to figure out a book that has truth or lies, and is it
mhm.
related to truth or lies, or is it just truth and
It's
lies?
the word truth
It's
or
it's
lies.
for
So
truth
if
or
you
lies.
had like what lies beneath that lies I think would count. Like
Yeah.
it's verbatim this time.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's a category. She tends to go every other month. So like one month will be a category
Yeah,
and
yeah.
one will just be like verbatim the word.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know of her challenge. It's just I usually don't do it, so I know about the kind of I've seen her videos about them. It's just I haven't seen this iteration, so I just wanted to check.
Yeah. Yeah. This one
So,
is verbatim truth or lies, which
hmm.
is frustrating. I could do A Conspiracy of Truths by Alexandra Rowland. I
Mm-hmm.
have that one on my hold, so it just depends on
Yes.
whether it comes through. I also have White Rage on my TBR, and the
Mm.
subtitle of that one, The Unspoken Truth of Our Racial Divide, includes the word truth, and that would count for me. I include subtitles. So that one, those are the two I have on for truth. And then for lies,
Did you read A
I've got
Restless
three.
Truth? Sorry.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure what that is.
Did you read A Marvelous Light by Freya Marsky?
Oh, yes, I did read it.
So did you
Yes.
read the sequel?
Yes, I read two of
Okay.
them.
Okay, because the second one
I did
has
read
the
them.
truth in there.
Yes.
So it was just
Yeah. I have City of Lies on my TBR, but that looks like a chunky,
mm.
like fantasy, which I'm not super in the mood for.
You could also be
Yeah.
cheeky and say like if there's like butterflies, there's lies in there, or like
I
flies,
think that's
or like
pushing it a little bit. That feels
I know.
Mistress of Lies I haven't heard of. Have you heard of this book?
Yes, I've seen the. I think I've seen a. Is it a romantasy? I want to say it's a romantasy, but is it more of fantasy with some romance?
It looks like a darker fantasy. It
Think it
certainly might have
is.
a romance subplot. A villainous, bloodthirsty heroine finds herself plunged into the dangerous world of power, politics, and murder in the court of the Vampire King in this dark romantic fantasy
Mm,
debut.
there it is. It's certainly a romantic fantasy in the sense that it is more fantasy and there is some romantic elements, as far as I've heard some people.
Yeah.
Um,
Does
uh,
it
Because,
have?
like, yeah, Maria says it's just fantasy, possibly villain origin story. Because, like, a lot of those books nowadays, right? They do romantic fantasy because it sells, right? To have the romance in there, and I
Yeah.
do think there's the romance element is probably very little from what I've heard, but um,
Yeah. I'd be interested to hear from someone who's read this one
yeah,
as to whether it ends on a cliffhanger or not.
yeah,
'Cause
it might, but it might also be okay, but I don't know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It is a debut, and I do have a goal this year to read more debuts. So I want to read at least 12, which is good. Um,
You could always
so
try
maybe
just a sample
yeah,
and uh,
see if it jives.
yeah,
Well, anyway, I'll certainly figure that out, and I
yes,
know it's pushing my bedtime. So thank you all for hanging out with us. We
yes.
appreciate you. And hopefully we will see you next week. It'll be just in the evening time. Usually we start, is it 6 o'clock that we usually start, Clementine?
Usually we start 6 o'clock. Also, I know in the past few months we've done mostly on Thursdays, but we're planning more for Mondays.
Mhm.
For the
Just with
month.
new schedules and
Yes,
things, Mondays make the most sense.
yes, yes.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and good night.